Chapter 7. We came to Manderley in early May, arriving, so Maxim said, with the first swallows and the bluebells. It would be the best moment before the full flush of summer, and in the valley the azaleas would be prodigal of scent, and the blood-red rhododendrons in bloom. We motored, I remember, leaving London in the morning in a heavy shower of rain, coming to Manderley about 5 o'clock, in time for tea. I can see myself now, unsuitably dressed as usual, although a bride of 7 weeks, in a tan-colored stockinette frock, a small fur known as a stone marten round my neck, and over all a shapeless mackintosh, far too big for me and dragging to my ankles. It was, I thought, a gesture to the weather, and the length added inches to my height. I clutched a pair of gauntlet gloves in my hands and carried a large leather handbag. "This is London rain," said Maxim when we left. "You wait. The sun will be shining for you when we come to Manderley." And he was right, for the clouds left us at Exeter. They rolled away behind us, leaving a great blue sky above our heads and a white road in front of us. I was glad to see the sun, for in superstitious fashion I looked upon rain as an omen of ill will, and the leaden skies of London had made me silent. "Feeling better?" said Maxim, and I smiled at him, taking his hand, thinking how easy it was for him, going to his own home, wandering into the hall, picking up letters, ringing a bell for tea, and I wondered how much he guessed of my nervousness, and whether his question, "Feeling better?" meant that he understood. "Never mind. We'll soon be there. I expect you want your tea," he said, and he let go of my hand because we had reached a bend in the road and must slow down. I knew then that he had mistaken my silence for fatigue, and it had not occurred to him I dreaded this arrival at Manderley as much as I had longed for it in theory. Now the moment was upon me. I wished it delayed. I wanted to draw up at some wayside inn and stay there, in a coffee room, by an impersonal fire. I wanted to be a traveler on the road, a bride in love with her husband, not myself coming to Manderley for the first time, the wife of Maxim de Winter. We passed many friendly villages where the cottage windows had a kindly air. A woman, holding a baby in her arms, smiled at me from a doorway, while a man clanked across a road to a well, carrying a pail. I wished we could have been one with them, perhaps their neighbors, and that Maxim could lean over a cottage gate in the evenings, smoking a pipe, proud of a very tall hollyhock he had grown himself, while I bustled in my kitchen, clean as a pin, laying the table for supper. There would be an alarm clock on the dresser, ticking loudly, and a row of shining plates, while after supper, Maxim would read his paper, boots on the fender, and I reach for a great pile of mending in the dresser drawer. Surely it would be peaceful and steady, that way of living, and easier too, demanding no set standard. "Only 2 miles further," said Maxim. "You see that great belt of trees on the brow of the hill there, sloping to the valley, with a scrap of sea beyond? That's Manderley, in there. Those are the woods." I forced a smile and did not answer him, aware now of a stab of panic, an uneasy sickness that could not be controlled. Gone was my glad excitement, vanished my happy pride. I was like a child brought to her first school, or a little untrained maid who has never left home before, seeking a situation. Any measure of self-possession I had gained hitherto, during the brief 7 weeks of marriage, was like a rag now, fluttering before the wind. It seemed to me that even the most elementary knowledge of behavior was unknown to me now. I should not know my right hand from my left, whether to stand or sit, what spoons and forks to use at dinner. "I should shed that mackintosh," he said, glancing down at me. "It has not rained down here at all. And put your funny little fur straight. Poor lamb, I've bustled you down here like this, and you probably ought to have bought a lot of clothes in London." "It doesn't matter to me, as long as you don't mind," I said. "Most women think of nothing but clothes," he said absently, and turning a corner, we came to a crossroad and the beginning of a high wall. "Here we are," he said, a new note of excitement in his voice, and I gripped the leather seat of the car with my 2 hands. The road curved, and before us, on the left, were 2 high iron gates beside a lodge, open wide to the long drive beyond. As we drove through, I saw faces peering through the dark window of the lodge, and a child ran round from the back, staring curiously. I shrank back against the seat, my heart beating quickly, knowing why the faces were at the window and why the child stared. They wanted to see what I was like. I could imagine them now, talking excitedly, laughing in the little kitchen. "Only caught sight of the top of her hat," they would say. "She wouldn't show her face. Oh well, we'll know by tomorrow. Word will come from the house." Perhaps he guessed something of my shyness at last, for he took my hand and kissed it and laughed a little, even as he spoke. "You mustn't mind if there's a certain amount of curiosity," he said. "Everyone will want to know what you are like. They have probably talked of nothing else for weeks. You've only got to be yourself, and they will all adore you. And you don't have to worry about the house. Mrs. Danvers does everything. Just leave it all to her. She'll be stiff with you at first, I dare say. She's an extraordinary character, but you mustn't let it worry you. It's just her manner. See those shrubs? It's like a blue wall along here when the hydrangeas are in bloom." I did not answer him, for I was thinking of that self who long ago bought a picture postcard in a village shop and came out into the bright sunlight, twisting it in her hands, pleased with her purchase, thinking, "This will do for my album. Manderley, what a lovely name." And now, I belonged here. This was my home. I would write letters to people saying, "We shall be down at Manderley all the summer. You must come and see us." And I would walk along this drive, strange and unfamiliar to me now, with perfect knowledge, conscious of every twist and turn, marking and approving where the gardeners had worked. Here a cutting back of the shrubs, there a lopping of a branch, calling at the lodge by the iron gates on some friendly errand, saying, "Well, how's the leg today?" While the old woman, curious no longer, bade me welcome to her kitchen. I envied Maxim, careless and at ease, and the little smile on his lips, which meant he was happy to be coming home. It seemed remote to me, and far too distant, the time when I too should smile and be at ease. And I wished it could come quickly, that I could be old even, with gray hair and slow of step, having lived here many years. Anything but the timid, foolish creature I felt myself to be. The gates had shut to with a crash behind us. The dusty high road was out of sight, and I became aware that this was not the drive I had imagined would be Manderley's. This was not a broad and spacious thing of gravel, flanked with neat turf at either side, kept smooth with rake and brush. This drive twisted and turned as a serpent, scarce wider in places than a path, and above our heads was a great colonnade of trees, whose branches nodded and intermingled with one another, making an archway for us, like the roof of a church. Even the midday sun would not penetrate the interlacing of those green leaves. They were too thickly entwined, one with another, and only little flickering patches of warm light would come in intermittent waves to dapple the drive with gold. It was very silent, very still. On the high road, there had been a gay west wind blowing in my face, making the grass on the hedges dance in unison. But here there was no wind. Even the engine of the car had taken a new note, throbbing low, quieter than before. As the drive descended to the valley, so the trees came in upon us, great beeches with lovely smooth white stems, lifting their myriad branches to one another, and other trees I could not name, coming close, so close that I could touch them with my hands. On we went, over a little bridge that spanned a narrow stream, and still this drive, that was no drive, twisted and turned like an enchanted ribbon through the dark and silent woods, penetrating even deeper to the very heart, surely, of the forest itself. And still there was no clearing, no space to hold a house. The length of it began to nag at my nerves. It must be this turn, I thought, or round that further bend. But as I leant forward in my seat, I was forever disappointed. There was no house, no field, no broad and friendly garden, nothing but the silence and deep woods. The lodge gates were a memory, and the high road something belonging to another time, another world. Suddenly, I saw a clearing in the dark drive ahead, and a patch of sky, and in a moment the dark trees had thinned, the nameless shrubs had disappeared, and on either side of us was a wall of color, blood red, reaching far above our heads. We were amongst the rhododendrons. There was something bewildering, even shocking, about the suddenness of their discovery. The woods had not prepared me for them. They startled me with their crimson faces, massed one upon the other in incredible profusion, showing no leaf, no twig, nothing but the slaughterous red, luscious and fantastic, unlike any rhododendron plant I had seen before. I glanced at Maxim. He was smiling. "Like them?" he said. I told him yes, a little breathlessly, uncertain whether I was speaking the truth or not. For to me, a rhododendron was a homely domestic thing, strictly conventional, mauve or pink in color, standing one beside the other in a neat round bed. And these were monsters, rearing to the sky, massed like a battalion. Too beautiful, I thought, too powerful. They were not plants at all. We were not far from the house now. I saw the drive broaden to the sweep I had expected, and with a blood-red wall still flanking us on either side, we turned the last corner, and so came to Manderley. Yes, there it was, the Manderley I had expected, the Manderley of my picture postcard long ago, a thing of grace and beauty, exquisite and faultless. lovelier even than I had ever dreamed. Built in its hollow of smooth grassland and mossy lawns, the terraces sloping to the gardens and the gardens to the sea. As we drove up to the wide stone steps and stopped before the open door, I saw through one of the mullioned windows that the hall was full of people, and I heard Maxim swear under his breath. "Damn that woman," he said. "She knows perfectly well I did not want this sort of thing." And he put on the brakes with a jerk. "What's the matter?" I said. "Who are all those people?" "I'm afraid you will have to face it now," he said in irritation. "Mrs. Danvers has collected the whole damn staff in the house and on the estate to welcome us. It's all right. You won't have to say anything. I'll do it all." I fumbled for the handle of the door, feeling slightly sick and cold now, too, from the long drive. And as I fumbled with the catch, the butler came down the steps, followed by a footman, and he opened the door for me. He was old. He had a kind face, and I smiled up at him, holding out my hand. But I don't think he could have seen, for he took the rug instead, and my small dressing case, and turned to Maxim, helping me from the car at the same time. "Well, here we are, Frith," said Maxim, taking off his gloves. "It was raining when we left London. You don't seem to have it here. Everyone well?" "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. No, we have had a dry month on the whole. Glad to see you home, and hope you have been keeping well. And Madam, too." "Yes, we are both well, thank you, Frith. Rather tired from the drive and wanting our tea. I didn't expect this business." He jerked his head to the hall. "Mrs. Danvers' orders, sir," said the man, his face expressionless. "I might have guessed it," said Maxim abruptly. "Come on." He turned to me. "It won't take long, and then you shall have your tea." We went together up the flight of steps, Frith and the footman following with the rug and my mackintosh, and I was aware of a little pain at the pit of my stomach and a nervous contraction in my throat. I can close my eyes now and look back on it and see myself, as I must have been, standing on the threshold of the house, a slim, awkward figure in my stockinette dress, clutching in my sticky hands a pair of gauntlet gloves. I can see the great stone hall, the wide doors open to the library, the Peter Lely's and the Van Dycks on the walls, the exquisite staircase leading to the minstrel's gallery, and there, ranged one behind the other in the hall, overflowing to the stone passages beyond, and to the dining room, a sea of faces, open-mouthed and curious, gazing at me as though they were watching the crowd about the block, and I, the victim, with my hands behind my back. Someone advanced from the sea of faces, someone tall and gaunt, dressed in deep black, whose prominent cheekbones and great, hollow eyes gave her a skull's face, parchment white, set on a skeleton's frame. She came towards me, and I held out my hand, envying her for her dignity and composure. But when she took my hand, hers was limp and heavy, deathly cold, and it lay in mine like a lifeless thing. "This is Mrs. Danvers," said Maxim, and she began to speak, still leaving that dead hand in mine, her hollow eyes never leaving my eyes, so that my own wavered and would not meet hers. And as they did so, her hand moved in mine, the life returned to it, and I was aware of a sensation of discomfort and of shame. I cannot remember her words now, but I know that she bade me welcome to Manderley, in the name of herself and the staff, a stiff, conventional speech rehearsed for the occasion, spoken in a voice as cold and lifeless as her hands had been. When she had finished, she waited as though for a reply, and I remember blushing scarlet, stammering some sort of thanks in return, and dropping both my gloves in my confusion. She stooped to pick them up, and as she handed them to me, I saw a little smile of scorn upon her lips, and I guessed at once she considered me ill-bred. Something in the expression of her face gave me a feeling of unrest, and even when she had stepped back and taken her place amongst the rest, I could see that black figure standing out alone, individual and apart, and for all her silence, I knew her eye to be upon me. Maxim took my arm and made a little speech of thanks, perfectly easy and free from embarrassment, as though the making of it was no effort to him at all. And then he bore me off to the library to tea, closing the doors behind us, and we were alone again. 2 cocker spaniels came from the fireside to greet us. They pawed at Maxim, their long silken ears strained back with affection, their noses questing his hands, and then they left him and came to me, sniffing at my heels, rather uncertain, rather suspicious. One was the mother, blind in one eye, and soon she had enough of me, and took herself with a grunt to the fire again. But Jasper, the younger, put his nose into my hand and laid a chin upon my knee, his eyes deep with meaning, his tail a thump when I stroked his silken ears. I felt better when I had taken my hat off and my wretched little fur and thrown them both beside my gloves and my bag onto the window seat. It was a deep, comfortable room with books lining the walls to the ceiling, the sort of room a man would move from never, did he live alone. Solid chairs beside a great open fireplace, baskets for the 2 dogs, in which I felt they never sat, for the hollows in the chairs had telltale marks. The long windows looked out upon the lawns, and beyond the lawns to the distant shimmer of the sea. There was an old quiet smell about the room, as though the air in it was little changed, for all the sweet lilac scent and the roses brought to it throughout the early summer. Whatever air came to this room, whether from the garden or from the sea, would lose its first freshness, becoming part of the unchanging room itself, one with the books, musty and never read, one with a scrolled ceiling, the dark paneling, the heavy curtains. It was an ancient, mossy smell, the smell of a silent church where services are seldom held, where rusty lichen grows upon the stones and ivy tendrils creep to the very windows. A room for peace, a room for meditation. Soon, tea was brought to us, a stately little performance, enacted by Frith and the young footman, in which I played no part until they had gone. And while Maxim glanced through his great pile of letters, I played with 2 dripping crumpets, crumbled cake with my hands, and swallowed my scalding tea. Now and again, he looked up at me and smiled, and then returned to his letters. The accumulation of the last months, I supposed, and I thought how little I knew of his life here at Manderley, of how it went day by day, of the people he knew, of his friends, men and women, of what bills he paid, what orders he gave about his household. The last weeks had gone so swiftly, and I, driving by his side through France and Italy, thought only of how I loved him. Seeing Venice with his eyes, echoing his words, asking no questions of the past and future, content with a little glory of the living present. For he was gayer than I thought, more tender than I had dreamed, youthful and ardent in 100 happy ways. Not the Maxim I had first met, not the stranger who sat alone at the table in the restaurant, staring before him, wrapped in his secret self. My Maxim laughed and sang, threw stones into the water, took my hand, wore no frown between his eyes, carried no burden on his shoulders. I knew him as a lover, as a friend, and during those weeks I had forgotten that he had a life, orderly, methodical, a life which must be taken up again, continued as before, making vanished weeks a brief, discarded holiday. I watched him read his letters, saw him frown at one, smile at another, dismiss the next with no expression. And but for the grace of God, I thought, my letter would be lying there, written from New York, and he would read it in the same indifferent fashion, puzzled at first, perhaps by the signature, and then tossing it with a yawn to the pile of others in the basket, reaching for his cup of tea. The knowledge of this chilled me. How narrow a chance had stood between me and what might have been. For he would have sat here to his tea, as he sat now, continuing his home life as he would in any case. And perhaps he would not have thought of me much, not with regret anyway, while I, in New York, playing bridge with Mrs. Van Hopper, would wait day after day for a letter that never came. I leant back in my chair, glancing about the room, trying to instill into myself some measure of confidence, some genuine realization that I was here, at Manderley, the house of the picture postcard, the Manderley that was famous. I had to teach myself that all this was mine now, mine as much as his. The deep chair I was sitting in, that mass of books stretching to the ceiling, the pictures on the walls, the gardens, the woods, the Manderley I had read about. All of this was mine now, because I was married to Maxim. We should grow old here together. We should sit like this to our tea as old people, Maxim and I, with other dogs, the successors of these, and the library would wear the same ancient musty smell that it did now. It would know a period of glorious shabbiness and wear when the boys were young, our boys, for I saw them sprawling on the sofa with muddy boots, bringing with them always a litter of rods and cricket bats, great clasp knives, bows and arrows. On the table there, polished now and plain, an ugly case would stand containing butterflies and moths, and another one with birds' eggs wrapped in cotton wool. Not all this junk in here, I would say. Take them to the schoolroom, darlings. And they would run off, shouting, calling to one another, but the little one staying behind, pottering on his own, quieter than the others. My vision was disturbed by the opening of the door, and Frith came in with a footman to clear the tea. "Mrs. Danvers wondered, madam, whether you would like to see your room," he said to me, when the tea had been taken away. Maxim glanced up from his letters. "What sort of job have they made of the East Wing?" he said. "Very nice indeed, sir, it seems to me. The men made a mess when they were working, of course, and for a time Mrs. Danvers was rather afraid it would not be finished by your return. But they cleared out last Monday. I should imagine you would be very comfortable there, sir. It's a lot lighter, of course, on that side of the house." "Have you been making alterations?" I asked. "Oh, nothing much," said Maxim briefly. "Only redecorating and painting the suite in the east wing, which I thought we would use for ours. As Frisk says, it's more cheerful on that side of the house, and it has a lovely view of the rose garden. It was the visitors' wing when my mother was alive. I'll just finish these letters and then I'll come up and join you. Run along and make friends with Mrs. Danvers. It's a good opportunity." I got up slowly, my old nervousness returning, and went out into the hall. I wished I could have waited for him, and then, taking his arm, seen the rooms together. I did not want to go alone with Mrs. Danvers. How vast the great hall looked now that it was empty. My feet rang on the flagged stones, echoing to the ceiling, and I felt guilty at the sound, as one does in church, self-conscious, aware of the same constraint. My feet made a stupid pitter-patter as I walked, and I thought that Frith, with his felt soles, must have thought me foolish. "It's very big, isn't it?" I said, too brightly, too forced, a schoolgirl still. But he answered me in all solemnity. "Yes, madam, Manderley is a big place. Not so big as some, of course, but big enough. This was the old banqueting hall in old days. It is used still on great occasions, such as a big dinner or a ball, and the public are admitted here, you know, once a week." "Yes," I said, still aware of my loud footsteps, feeling, as I followed him, that he considered me as he would one of the public visitors, and I behaved like a visitor too, glancing politely to right and left, taking in the weapons on the wall and the pictures, touching the carved staircase with my hands. A black figure stood waiting for me at the head of the stairs, the hollow eyes watching me intently from the white skull's face. I looked round for the solid Frith, but he had passed along the hall and into the further corridor. I was alone now with Mrs. Danvers. I went up the great stairs towards her, and she waited, motionless, her hands folded before her, her eyes never leaving my face. I summoned a smile, which was not returned, nor did I blame her, for there was no purpose to the smile. It was a silly thing, bright and artificial. "I hope I haven't kept you waiting," I said. "It's for you to make your own time, madam," she answered. "I'm here to carry out your orders." And then she turned, through the archway of the gallery, to the corridor beyond. We went along a broad, carpeted passage, and then turned left, through an oak door, and down a narrow flight of stairs, and up a corresponding flight, and so to another door. This she flung open, standing aside to let me pass, and I came to a little ante-room, or boudoir, furnished with a sofa, chairs, and writing desk, which opened out to a large double bedroom with wide windows and a bathroom beyond. I went at once to the window and looked out. The rose garden lay below, and the eastern part of the terrace, while beyond the rose garden rose a smooth grass bank, stretching to the near woods. "You can't see the sea from here, then?" I said, turning to Mrs. Danvers. "No, not from this wing," she answered. "You can't even hear it either. You would not know the sea was anywhere near from this wing." She spoke in a peculiar way, as though something lay behind her words, and she laid an emphasis on the words "this wing," as if suggesting that the suite where we stood now held some inferiority. "I'm sorry about that. I like the sea," I said. She did not answer. She just went on staring at me, her hands folded before her. "However, it's a very charming room," I said, "and I'm sure I shall be comfortable. I understand that it's been done up for our return." "Yes," she said. "What was it like before?" I asked. "It had mauve paper and different hangings. Mr. De Winter did not think it very cheerful. It was never much used, except for occasional visitors. But Mr. De Winter gave special orders in his letters that you would have this room." "Then this was not his bedroom originally?" I said. "No, madam. He's never used the room in this wing before." "Oh," I said, "he didn't tell me that." And I wandered to the dressing table and began combing my hair. My things were already unpacked, my brushes and comb upon the tray. I was glad Maxim had given me a set of brushes, and that they were laid out there upon the dressing table for Mrs. Danvers to see. They were new. They had cost money. I need not be ashamed of them. "Alice has unpacked for you and will look after you until your maid arrives," said Mrs. Danvers. I smiled at her again. I put down the brush upon the dressing table. "I don't have a maid," I said awkwardly. "I'm sure Alice, if she is a housemaid, will look after me all right." She wore the same expression that she had done on our first meeting when I dropped my gloves so gauchely on the floor. "I'm afraid that would not do for very long," she said. "It's usual, you know, for ladies in your position to have a personal maid." I flushed and reached for my brush again. There was a sting in her words I understood too well. "If you think it necessary, perhaps you would see about it for me," I said, avoiding her eyes. "Some young girl, perhaps, wanting to train." "If you wish," she said. "It's for you to say." There was silence between us. I wished she would go away. I wondered why she must go on standing there, watching me, her hands folded on her black dress. "I suppose you have been at Manderley for many years," I said, making a fresh effort. "Longer than anyone else?" "Not so long as Frith," she said, and I thought how lifeless her voice was and cold, like her hand when it had lain in mine. "Frith was here when the old gentleman was living, when Mr. De Winter was a boy." "I see," I said. "So you did not come till after that?" "No," she said. "Not till after that." Once more I glanced up at her, and once more I met her eyes, dark and somber, and that white face of hers, instilling into me, I knew not why, a strange feeling of disquiet, of foreboding. I tried to smile and could not. I found myself held by those eyes that had no light, no flicker of sympathy towards me. "I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride," she said, and her voice, which had hitherto, as I said, been dull and toneless, was harsh now with unexpected animation, with life and meaning, and there was a spot of color on the gaunt cheekbones. The change was so sudden that I was shocked and a little scared. I did not know what to do or what to say. It was as though she had spoken words that were forbidden, words that she had hidden within herself for a long time, and now would be repressed no longer. Still, her eyes never left my face. They looked upon me with a curious mixture of pity and of scorn, until I felt myself to be even younger and more untutored to the ways of life than I had believed. I could see she despised me, marking with all the snobbery of her class that I was no great lady, that I was humble, shy, and diffident. Yet there was something besides scorn in those eyes of hers, something surely of positive dislike or actual malice. I had to say something. I could not go on sitting there, playing with my hairbrush, letting her see how much I feared and mistrusted her. "Mrs. Danvers," I heard myself saying, "I hope we shall be friends and come to understand one another. You must have patience with me, you know, because this sort of life is new to me. I've lived rather differently, and I do want to make a success of it, and above all, to make Mr. De Winter happy. I know I can leave all household arrangements to you. Mr. De Winter said so. And you must just run things as they have always been run. I shan't want to make any changes." I stopped, a little breathless, still uncertain of myself and whether I was saying the right thing. And when I looked up again, I saw that she had moved and was standing with her hand on the handle of the door. "Very good," she said. "I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction. The house has been in my charge now for more than a year, and Mr. De Winter has never complained. It was very different, of course, when the late Mrs. De Winter was alive. There was a lot of entertaining then, a lot of parties. And though I managed for her, she liked to supervise things herself." Once again, I had the impression that she chose her words with care, that she was feeling her way, as it were, into my mind and watching for the effect upon my face. "I would rather leave it to you," I repeated. "Much rather." And into her face came the same expression I had noticed before, when first I had shaken hands with her in the hall. A look, surely, of derision, of definite contempt. She knew that I would never withstand her, and that I feared her too. "Can I do anything more for you?" she said, and pretended to glance round the room. "No," I said. "No, I think I have everything. I shall be very comfortable here. You have made the room so charming." This last a final crawling sob to win her approval. She shrugged her shoulders, and still she did not smile. "I only followed out Mr. De Winter's instructions," she said. She hesitated by the doorway, her hand on the handle of the open door. It was as though she still had something to say to me, and could not decide upon the words, yet waited there for me to give her opportunity. I wished she would go. She was like a shadow standing there, watching me, appraising me with her hollow eyes, set in that dead skull's face. "If you find anything not to your liking, you will tell me at once?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Yes, of course, Mrs. Danvers." But I knew this was not what she had meant to say, and silence fell between us once again. "If Mr. De Winter asks for his big wardrobe," she said suddenly, "you must tell him it was impossible to move. We tried, but we could not get it through these narrow doorways. These are smaller rooms than those in the West Wing. If he doesn't like the arrangement of his suite, he must tell me. It was difficult to know how to furnish these rooms." "Please don't worry, Mrs. Danvers," I said. "I'm sure he will be pleased with everything, but I'm sorry it's given you so much trouble. I had no idea he was having rooms redecorated and furnished. He shouldn't have bothered. I'm sure I should have been just as happy and comfortable in the West Wing. She looked at me curiously and began twisting the handle of the door. "Mr. De Winter said you would prefer to be on this side," she said. "The rooms in the West Wing are very old. The bedroom in the big suite is twice as large as this. A very beautiful room, too, with a scrolled ceiling. The tapestry chairs are very valuable, and so is the carved mantelpiece. It's the most beautiful room in the house, and the windows look down across the lawns to the sea." I felt uncomfortable, a little shy. I did not know why she must speak with such an undercurrent of resentment, implying as she did at the same time that this room, where I found myself to be installed, was something inferior, not up to Manderley's standard, a second-rate room, as it were, for a second-rate person. "I suppose Mr. De Winter keeps the most beautiful room to show to the public," I said. She went on, twisting the handle of the door, and then looked up at me again, watching my eyes, hesitating before replying, and when she spoke, her voice was quieter even, and more toneless than it had been before. "The bedrooms are never shown to the public," she said. "Only the hall and the gallery and the room below." She paused an instant, feeling me with her eyes. "They used to live in the West Wing and use those rooms when Mrs. De Winter was alive. That big room I was telling you about, that looked down to the sea, was Mrs. De Winter's bedroom." Then I saw a shadow flit across her face, and she drew back against the wall, effacing herself, as a step sounded outside, and Maxim came into the room. "How is it?" he said to me. "All right? Do you think you'll like it?" He looked round with enthusiasm, pleased as a schoolboy. "I always thought this a most attractive room," he said. "It was wasted all those years as a guest room, but I always thought it had possibilities. You've made a great success of it, Mrs. Danvers. I give you full marks." "Thank you, sir," she said, her face expressionless, and then she turned and went out of the room, closing the door softly behind her. Maxim went and leant out of the window. "I love the rose garden," he said. "One of the first things I remember is walking after my mother on very small, unsteady legs, while she picked off the dead heads of the roses. There's something peaceful and happy about this room, and it's quiet too. You could never tell you were within 5 minutes of the sea from this room." "That's what Mrs. Danvers said," I told him. He came away from the window. He prowled about the room, touching things, looking at the pictures, opening wardrobes, fingering my clothes already unpacked. "How did you get on with Mrs. Old Danvers?" he said abruptly. I turned away and began combing my hair again before the looking-glass. "She seems just a little bit stiff," I said after a moment or two. "Perhaps she thought I was going to interfere with the running of the house." "I don't think she would mind your doing that," he said. I looked up and saw him watching my reflection in the looking-glass, and then he turned away and went over to the window again, whistling quietly, under his breath, rocking backwards and forwards on his heels. "Don't mind her," he said. "She's an extraordinary character in many ways, and possibly not very easy for another woman to get on with. You mustn't worry about it. If she really makes herself a nuisance, we'll get rid of her. But she's efficient, you know, and will take all housekeeping worries off your hands. I dare say she's a bit of a bully to the staff. She doesn't dare bully me, though. I'd have given her the sack long ago if she had tried. I expect we shall get on very well when she knows me better." I said quickly. After all, it's natural enough that she should resent me a bit at first. Resent you? Why resent you? What the devil do you mean? He said. He turned from the window, frowning, an odd, half-angry expression on his face. I wondered why he should mind, and wished I had said something else. I mean, it must be much easier for a housekeeper to look after a man alone, I said. I dare say she had got into the way of doing it, and perhaps she was afraid I should be overbearing. Overbearing, my God, he began. If you think... And then he stopped and came across to me and kissed me on the top of my head. Let's forget about Mrs. Danvers, he said. She doesn't interest me very much, I'm afraid. Come along and let me show you something of Manderley. I did not see Mrs. Danvers again that evening, and we did not talk about her any more. I felt happier when I had dismissed her from my thoughts, less of an interloper. And as we wandered about the rooms upstairs and looked at the pictures, and Maxim put his arm around my shoulder, I began to feel more like the self I wanted to become, the self I had pictured in my dreams, who made Manderley her home. My footsteps no longer sounded foolish on the stone flags of the hall, for Maxim's nailed shoes made far more noise than mine, and the pattering feet of the 2 dogs was a comfortable, pleasing note. I was glad, too, because it was the first evening, and we had only been back a little while, and the showing of the pictures had taken time, when Maxim, looking at the clock, said it was too late to change for dinner, so that I was spared the embarrassment of Alice, the maid, asking what I should wear, and of her helping me to dress, and myself walking down that long flight of stairs to the hall, cold, with bare shoulders, in a dress that Mrs. Van Hopper had given me because it did not suit her daughter. I had dreaded the formality of dinner in that austere dining room, and now, because of the little fact that we had not changed, it was quite all right, quite easy, just the same as when we had dined together in restaurants. I was comfortable in my stockinette dress. I laughed and talked about things we had seen in Italy and France. We even had the snapshots on the table, and Frith and the footmen were impersonal people, as the waiters had been. They did not stare at me as Mrs. Danvers had done. We sat in the library after dinner, and presently the curtains were drawn, and more logs thrown on the fire. It was cool for May. I was thankful for the warmth that came from the steady burning logs. It was new for us to sit together like this, after dinner, for in Italy we had wandered about, walked or driven, gone into little cafes, leant over bridges. Maxim made instinctively now for the chair on the left of the open fireplace, and stretched out his hand for the papers. He settled one of the broad cushions behind his head, and lit a cigarette. This is his routine, I thought. This is what he always does. This has been his custom now for years. He did not look at me. He went on reading his paper, contented, comfortable, having assumed his way of living, the master of his house. And as I sat there, brooding, my chin in my hands, fondling the soft ears of one of the spaniels, it came to me that I was not the first one to lounge there, in possession of the chair. Someone had been before me, and surely left an imprint of her person on the cushions, and on the arm where her hand had rested. Another one had poured the coffee from that same silver coffee pot, had placed the cup to her lips, had bent down to the dog, even as I was doing. Unconsciously, I shivered, as if someone had opened the door behind me and let a draught into the room. I was sitting in Rebecca's chair. I was leaning against Rebecca's cushion, and the dog had come to me and laid his head upon my knee, because that had been his custom. And he remembered, in the past, She had given sugar to him there. Chapter 8. I had never realized, of course, that life at Manderley would be so orderly and planned. I remember now, looking back, how on that first morning Maxim was up and dressed and writing letters, even before breakfast, and when I got downstairs, rather after 9 o'clock, a little flurried by the blooming summons of the gong, I found he had nearly finished. He was already peeling his fruit. He looked up at me and smiled. "You mustn't mind," he said. "This is something you will have to get used to. I've no time to hang about at this hour of the day. Running a place like Manderley, you know, is a full-time job. The coffee and the hot dishes are on the sideboard. We always help ourselves at breakfast." I said something about my clock being slow, about having been too long in the bath, but he did not listen. He was looking down at a letter, frowning at something. How impressed I was, I remember well, impressed and a little overawed by the magnificence of the breakfast offered to us. There was tea in a great silver urn, and coffee too, and on the heater, piping hot, dishes of scrambled eggs, of bacon, and another of fish. There was a little clutch of boiled eggs as well, in their own special heater, and porridge, in a silver porringer. On another sideboard was a ham, and a great piece of cold bacon. There were scones, too, on the table, and toast, and various pots of jam, marmalade, and honey, while dessert dishes, piled high with fruit, stood at either end. It seemed strange to me that Maxim, who in Italy and France had eaten a croissant and fruit only, and drunk a cup of coffee, should sit down to this breakfast at home, enough for a dozen people, day after day probably, year after year, seeing nothing ridiculous about it, nothing wasteful. I noticed he had eaten a small piece of fish. I took a boiled egg, and I wondered what happened to the rest. All those scrambled eggs, that crisp bacon, the porridge, the remains of the fish? Were there menials, I wondered, whom I should never know, never see, waiting behind kitchen doors for the gift of our breakfast? Or was it all thrown away, shoveled into dustbins? I would never know, of course. I would never dare to ask. "Thank the Lord, I haven't a great crowd of relatives to inflict upon you," said Maxim. "A sister I very rarely see, and a grandmother who is nearly blind. Beatrice, by the way, asks herself over to lunch. I half expected she would. I suppose she wants to have a look at you." "Today?" I said, my spirit sinking to zero. "Yes, according to the letter I got this morning. She won't stay long. You'll like her, I think. She's very direct, believes in speaking her mind. No humbug at all. If she doesn't like you, she'll tell you so, to your face." I found this hardly comforting, and wondered if there was not some virtue in the quality of insincerity. Maxim got up from his chair and lit a cigarette. "I've a mass of things to see to this morning. Do you think you can amuse yourself?" he said. "I'd like to have taken you round the garden, but I must see Crawley, my agent. I've been away from things too long. He'll be in to lunch too, by the way. You don't mind, do you? You will be all right?" "Of course," I said. "I shall be quite happy." Then he picked up his letters and went out of the room, and I remember thinking this was not how I imagined my first morning. I had seen us walking together, arms linked, to the sea, coming back rather late and tired and happy, to a cold lunch, alone, and sitting afterwards under that chestnut tree I could see from the library window. I lingered long over my first breakfast, spinning out the time. and it was not until I saw Frith come in and look at me from behind the service screen that I realized it was after 10 o'clock. I sprang to my feet at once, feeling guilty, and apologized for sitting there so late, and he bowed, saying nothing, very polite, very correct, and I caught a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I wondered if I had said the wrong thing. Perhaps it did not do to apologize. Perhaps it lowered me in his estimation. I wished I knew what to say, what to do. I wonder if he suspected, as Mrs. Danvers had done, that poise and grace and assurance were not qualities inbred in me, but were things to be acquired, painfully perhaps, and slowly, costing me many bitter moments. As it was, leaving the room, I stumbled, not looking where I was going, catching my foot on the step by the door, and Frith came forward to help me, picking up my handkerchief, while Robert, the young footman, who was standing behind the screen, turned away to hide his smile. I heard the murmur of their voices as I crossed the hall, and one of them laughed. Robert, I supposed. Perhaps they were laughing about me. I went upstairs again, to the privacy of my bedroom, but when I opened the door, I found the housemaids in there doing the room. One was sweeping the floor, the other dusting the dressing table. They looked at me in surprise. I quickly went out again. It could not be right then for me to go to my room at that hour in the morning. It was not expected of me. It broke the household routine. I crept downstairs once more, silently, thankful of my slippers that made no sound on the stone flags, and so into the library, which was chilly, the windows flung wide open, the fire laid but not lit. I shut the windows and looked around for a box of matches. I could not find one. I wondered what I should do. I did not like to ring, but the library, so snug and warm last night with the burning logs, was like an ice house now in the early morning. There were matches upstairs in the bedroom, but I did not like to go for them because it would mean disturbing the housemaids at their work. I could not bear their moon faces staring at me again. I decided then, when Frith and Robert had left the dining room, I would fetch the matches from the sideboard. I tiptoed out into the hall and listened. They were still clearing. I could hear the sound of voices and the movement of trays. Presently all was silent. They must have gone through the service doors into the kitchen quarters. So I went across the hall and into the dining room once more. Yes, there was a box of matches on the sideboard, as I expected. I crossed the room quickly and picked them up, and as I did so, Frith came back into the room. I tried to cram the box furtively into my pocket, but I saw him glance at my hand in surprise. "Did you require anything, madam?" he said. "Oh, Frith," I said awkwardly, "I cannot find any matches." He at once proffered me another box, handing me the cigarettes, too, at the same time. This was another embarrassment, for I did not smoke. "No, the fact is," I said, "I felt rather cool in the library. I suppose the weather seems chilly to me, after being abroad, and I thought perhaps I would just put a match to the fire." "The fire in the library is not usually lit until the afternoon, madam," he said. "Mrs. De Winter always used the morning room. There is a good fire in there. Of course, if you should wish to have the fire in the library as well, I will give orders for it to be lit." "Oh, no," I said. "I would not dream of it. I will go into the morning room. Thank you, Frith." "You will find writing paper and pens and ink in there, madam," he said. "Mrs. De Winter always did all her correspondence and telephoning in the morning room after breakfast. The house telephone is also there, should you wish to speak to Mrs. Danvers." "Thank you, Frith," I said. I turned away into the hall again, humming a little tune to give me an air of confidence. I could not tell him that I had never seen the morning room, that Maxim had not shown it to me the night before. I knew he was standing in the entrance to the dining room, watching me as I went across the hall, and that I must make some show of knowing my way. There was a door to the left of the great staircase, and I went recklessly towards it, praying in my heart that it would take me to my goal. But when I came to it and opened it, I saw that it was a garden room, a place for odds and ends. There was a table where flowers were done. There were basket chairs stacked against the wall, and a couple of macintoshes, too, hanging on a peg. I came out, a little defiantly, glancing across the hall, and saw Frith still standing there. I had not deceived him, though, not for a moment. "You go through the drawing room to the morning room, madam," he said. "Through the door there, on your right, this side of the staircase. You go straight through the double drawing room and turn to your left." "Thank you, Frith," I said humbly, pretending no longer. I went through the long drawing room, as he had directed. A lovely room this, beautifully proportioned, looking out upon the lawns down to the sea. The public would see this room, I supposed, and Frith, if he showed them round, would know the history of the pictures on the wall and the period of the furniture. It was beautiful, of course. I knew that, and those chairs and tables probably without price. But for all that, I had no wish to linger there. I could not see myself sitting ever in those chairs, standing before that carved mantelpiece, throwing books down onto the tables. It had all the formality of a room in a museum, where alcoves were roped off, and a guardian, in cloak and hat, like the guides in the French chateau, sat in a chair beside the door. I went through then, and turned to the left, and so on, to the little morning room I had not seen before. I was glad to see the dogs there, sitting before the fire, and Jasper, the younger, came over to me at once, his tail wagging, and thrust his nose into my hand. The old one lifted her muzzle at my approach, and gazed in my direction with her blind eyes. But when she had sniffed the air a moment, and found I was not the one she sought, she turned her head away with a grunt, and looked steadily into the fire again. Then Jasper left me too, and settled himself by the side of his companion, licking his side. This was their routine. They knew, even as Frith had known, that the library fire was not lit until the afternoon. They came to the morning room from long custom. Somehow I guessed, before going to the window, that the room looked out upon the rhododendrons. Yes, there they were, blood-red and luscious, as I had seen them the evening before, great bushes of them, massed beneath the open window, encroaching onto the sweep of the drive itself. There was a little clearing, too, between the bushes, like a miniature lawn, the grass a smooth carpet of moss, and in the center of this, a tiny statue of a naked faun, his pipes to his lips. The crimson rhododendrons made his background, and the clearing itself was like a little stage, where he would dance and play his part. There was no musty smell about this room, as there had been in the library. There were no old, well-worn chairs, no tables littered with magazines and papers, seldom if ever read, but left there from long custom, because Maxim's father, or even his grandfather perhaps, had wished it so. This was a woman's room, graceful, fragile, the room of someone who had chosen every particle of furniture with great care, so that each chair, each vase, each small, infinitesimal thing should be in harmony with one another and with her own personality. It was as though she, who had arranged this room, had said, "This I will have, and this, and this," taking, piece by piece, from the treasures in Manderley, each object that pleased her best, ignoring the second-rate, the mediocre, laying her hand with sure, certain instinct only upon the best. There was no intermingling of style, no confusing of period, and the result was perfection in a strange and startling way. Not coldly formal like the drawing room shown to the public, but vividly alive, having something of the same glow and brilliance that the rhododendrons had, massed there beneath a window. And I noticed then that the rhododendrons, not content with forming their theater on the little lawn outside the window, had been permitted to the room itself. Their great warm faces looked down upon me from the mantelpiece. They floated in a bowl upon the table by the sofa. They stood, lean and graceful, on the writing desk beside the golden candlesticks. The room was filled with them. Even the walls took color from them, becoming rich and glowing in the morning sun. They were the only flowers in the room, and I wondered if there was some purpose in it, whether the room had been arranged originally with this one end in view, for nowhere else in the house did the rhododendrons obtrude. There were flowers in the dining room, flowers in the library, but orderly and trim, rather in the background, not like this, not in profusion. I went and sat down at the writing desk, and I thought how strange it was that this room, so lovely and so rich in color, should be, at the same time, so businesslike and purposeful. Somehow, I should have expected that a room furnished as this was, in such exquisite taste, for all the exaggeration of the flowers, would be a place of decoration only, languorous and intimate. But this writing table, beautiful as it was no pretty toy where a woman would scribble little notes, nibbling the end of a pin, leaving it, day after day, in carelessness, the blotter a little askew. The pigeonholes were docketed, letters unanswered, letters to keep, household, estate, menus, miscellaneous, addresses, each ticket written in that same scrawling pointed hand that I knew already, and it shocked me, even startled me, to recognize it again, for I had not seen it since I had destroyed the page from the book of poems, and I had not thought to see it again. I opened a drawer at hazard, and there was the writing once more, this time in an open leather book, whose heading, "Guests at Manderley," showed at once. Divided into weeks and months, what visitors had come and gone, the rooms they had used, the food they had eaten. I turned over the pages and saw that the book was a complete record of a year, so that the hostess, glancing back, would know to the day, almost to the hour, what guest had passed what night under her roof, and where he had slept, and what she had given him to eat. There was notepaper also in the drawer, thick white sheets for rough writing, and the notepaper of the house with the crest and the address, and visiting cards, ivory white in little boxes. I took one out and looked at it, unwrapped it from its thin tissue of paper. Mrs. M. de Winter, it said, and in the corner, Manderley. I put it back in the box again and shut the drawer, feeling guilty suddenly and deceitful, as though I were staying in somebody else's house, and my hostess had said to me, "Yes, of course, write letters at my desk." And I had, unforgivably, in a stealthy manner, peeped at her correspondence. At any moment she might come back into the room, and she would see me there, sitting before her open drawer, which I had no right to touch. And when the telephone rang, suddenly, alarmingly, on the desk in front of me, My heart leapt and I started up in terror, thinking I had been discovered. I took the receiver off with trembling hands and, "Who is it?" I said. "What do you want?" There was a strange buzzing at the end of the line, and then came a low and rather harsh, whether that of a woman or a man I could not tell, and, "Mrs. De Winter," it said, "Mrs. De Winter." "I'm afraid you have made a mistake," I said. "Mrs. De Winter has been dead for over a year." I sat there waiting, staring stupidly into the mouthpiece, and it was not until the name was repeated again, the voice incredulous, slightly raised, that I became aware, with a rush of color to my face, that I had blundered irretrievably and could not take back my words. "It's Mrs. Danvers, madam," said the voice. "I'm speaking to you on the house telephone." My faux pas was so palpably obvious, so idiotic and unpardonable, that to ignore it would show me to be an even greater fool, if possible, than I was already. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Danvers," I said, stammering, my words tumbling over one another. "The telephone startled me. I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't realize the call was for me, and I never noticed I was speaking on the house telephone." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you, madam," she said, and she knows, I thought. She guesses I have been looking through the desk. "I only wondered whether you wished to see me and whether you approved of the menus for today." "Oh," I said. "Oh, I'm sure I do. That is, I'm sure I approve of the menus. Just order what you like, Mrs. Danvers. You needn't bother to ask me." "It would be better, I think, if you read the list," continued the voice. "You will find the menu of the day on the blotter beside you." I searched feverishly about me on the desk and found at last a sheet of paper I had not noticed before. I glanced hurriedly through it. Curried prawns, roast veal, asparagus, cold chocolate mousse. Was this lunch or dinner? I could not see. Lunch, I suppose. "Yes, Mrs. Danvers. Very suitable, very nice indeed." "If you wish anything changed, please say so," she answered, "and I will give orders at once. You will notice I have left a blank space beside the sauce for you to mark your preference. I was not sure what sauce you are used to having served with the roast veal. Mrs. De Winter was most particular about her sauces, and I always had to refer to her." "Oh," I said. "Oh, well, let me see, Mrs. Danvers. I hardly know. I think we had better have what you usually have, whatever you think Mrs. De Winter would have ordered." "You have no preference, madam?" "No," I said. "No, really, Mrs. Danvers." "I rather think Mrs. De Winter would have ordered a wine sauce, madam." "We will have the same then, of course," I said. "I'm very sorry I disturbed you while you were writing, madam." "You didn't disturb me at all," I said. "Please don't apologize." "The post leaves at midday, and Robert will come for your letters and stamp them himself," she said. "All you have to do is ring through to him on the telephone if you have anything urgent to be sent, and he will give orders for them to be taken into the post office immediately." "Thank you, Mrs. Danvers," I said. I listened for a moment, but she said no more, and then I heard a little click at the end of the telephone, which meant she had replaced the receiver. I did the same. Then I looked down again at the desk and the notepaper, ready for use, upon the blotter. In front of me stared the ticketed pigeonholes, and the words upon them, letters unanswered, estate, miscellaneous, were like a reproach to me for my idleness. She who sat here before me had not wasted her time, as I was doing. She had reached out for the house telephone and given her orders for the day, swiftly, efficiently, and run her pencil perhaps through an item in the menu that had not pleased her. She had not said, "Yes, Mrs. Danvers," and "Of course, Mrs. Danvers," as I had done. And then, when she had finished, she began her letters, 5, 6, 7 perhaps to be answered, all written in the same curious slanting hand I knew so well. She would tear off sheet after sheet of that smooth white paper, using it extravagantly because of the long strokes she made when she wrote, and at the end of each of her personal letters she put her signature, Rebecca, that tall sloping R dwarfing its fellows. I drummed with my fingers on the desk. The pigeonholes were empty now. There were no letters unanswered waiting to be dealt with. No bills to pay that I knew anything about. If I had anything urgent, Mrs. Danvers said, I must telephone through to Robert, and he would give orders for it to be taken to the post. I wondered how many urgent letters Rebecca used to write, and who they were written to. Dressmakers, perhaps? I must have the white satin on Tuesday without fail. Or to her hairdresser. I shall be coming up next Friday and want an appointment at 3 o'clock with Monsieur Antoine himself. Shampoo, massage, set, and manicure. No, letters of that type would be a waste of time. She would have a call put through to London. Frith would do it. Frith would say, I am speaking for Mrs. De Winter. I went on drumming with my fingers on the desk. I could not think of nobody to write to. Only Mrs. Van Hopper. And there was something foolish, rather ironical, in the realization that here I was, sitting at my own desk in my own home, with nothing better to do than to write a letter to Mrs. Van Hopper, a woman I disliked, whom I should never see again. I pulled a sheet of notepaper towards me. I took up the narrow, slender pen with the bright, pointed nib. Dear Mrs. Van Hopper, I began, and as I wrote, in halting, labored fashion, saying I hoped the voyage had been good, that she had found her daughter better, and the weather in New York was fine and warm, I noticed for the first time how cramped and unformed was my own handwriting, without individuality, without style, uneducated even, the writing of an indifferent pupil taught in a second-rate school. Chapter 9. When I heard the sound of the car in the drive, I got up in sudden panic, glancing at the clock, for I knew it meant Beatrice and her husband had arrived. It was only just gone 12. They were much earlier than I expected, and Maxim was not yet back. I wondered if it would be possible to hide, to get out of the window, into the garden, so that Frith, bringing them to the morning room, would say, Madam must have gone out. And it would seem quite natural. They would take it as a matter of course. The dogs looked up inquiringly as I ran to the window, and Jasper followed me, wagging his tail. The window opened out onto the terrace and the little grass clearing beyond, but as I prepared to brush past the rhododendrons, the sound of voices came close, and I backed again into the room. They were coming to the house by way of the garden, Frith having told them doubtless that I was in the morning room. I went quickly into the big drawing room and made for a door near me on the left. It led into a long stone passage, and I ran along it, fully aware of my stupidity, despising myself for the sudden attack of nerves. But I knew I could not face these people, not for a moment anyway. The passage seemed to be taking me to the back regions, and as I turned a corner, coming upon another staircase, I met a servant I had not seen before, a scullery maid perhaps. She carried a mop and pail in her hands. She stared at me in wonder, as though I were a vision, unexpected in this part of the house, and, Good morning, I said, in great confusion, making for the stairway, and, Good morning, madam, she returned, her mouth open, her round eyes inquisitive as I climbed the stairs. They would lead me, I supposed, to the bedrooms, and I could find my suite in the east wing. and sit up there a little while, until I judged it nearly time for lunch, when good manners would compel me to come down again. I must have lost my bearings, for passing through a door at the head of the stairs, I came to a long corridor that I had not seen before, similar in some ways to the one in the east wing, but broader and darker, dark owing to the paneling of the walls. I hesitated, then turned left, coming upon a broad landing and another staircase. It was very quiet and dark. No one was about. If there had been housemaids here during the morning, they had finished their work by now and gone downstairs. There was no trace of their presence, no lingering dust smell of carpets lately swept, and I thought, as I stood there, wondering which way to turn, that the silence was unusual, holding something of the same oppression as an empty house does when the owners have gone away. I opened a door at hazard and found a room in total darkness, no chink of light coming through the closed shutters, which I could see dimly in the center of the room, the outline of furniture swathed in white dust sheets. The room smelt close and stale, the smell of a room seldom if ever used, whose ornaments are herded together in the center of a bed and left there, covered with a sheet. It might be, too, that the curtain had not been drawn from the window since some preceding summer, and if one crossed there now and pulled them aside, opening the creaking shutters, a dead moth, who had been imprisoned behind them for many months, would fall to the carpet and lie there, beside a forgotten pin and a dried leaf blown there, before the windows were closed for the last time. I shut the door softly and went uncertainly along the corridor, flanked on either side by doors, all of them closed, until I came to a little alcove set in an outside wall, where a broad window gave me light at last. I looked out, and I saw below me the smooth grass lawns stretching to the sea, and the sea itself, bright green, with white-tipped crests, whipped by a westerly wind and scudding from the shore. It was closer than I had thought, much closer. It ran, surely, beneath that little knot of trees below the lawns, barely 5 minutes away, and if I listened now, my ear to the window, I could hear the surf breaking on the shores of some little bay I could not see. I knew then that I had made the circuit of the house and was standing in the corridor of the west wing. Yes, Mrs. Danvers was right. You could hear the sea from here. You might imagine in the winter it would creep up onto those green lawns and threaten the house itself, for even now, because of the high wind, there was a mist upon the window glass, as though someone had breathed upon it, a mist salt-laden, borne upwards from the sea. A hurrying cloud hid the sun for a moment as I watched, and the sea changed color instantly, becoming black, and the white crests with them, very pitiless suddenly, and cruel, not the gay, sparkling sea I had looked on first. Somehow, I was glad my rooms were in the east wing. I preferred the rose garden, after all, to the sound of the sea. I went back to the landing then, at the head of the stairs, and as I prepared to go down, one hand upon the banister, I heard the door behind me open, and it was Mrs. Danvers. We stared at one another for a moment without speaking, and I could not be certain whether it was anger I read in her eyes or curiosity, for her face became a mask directly she saw me. Although she said nothing, I felt guilty and ashamed, as though I had been caught trespassing, and I felt the telltale color come up into my face. I lost my way, I said. I was trying to find my room. You have come to the opposite side of the house, she said. This is the west wing. Yes, I know, I said. Did you go into any of the rooms? She asked me. No, I said. No, I just opened a door. I did not go in. Everything was dark, covered up in dust sheets. I'm sorry. I did not mean to disturb anything. I expect you like to keep all this shut up. If you wish to open up the rooms, I will have it done, she said. You have only to tell me. The rooms are all furnished and can be used. Oh, no, I said. No, I did not mean you to think that. Perhaps you would like me to show you all over the west wing? She said. I shook my head. No, I'd rather not, I said. No, I must go downstairs. I began to walk down the stairs, and she came with me, by my side, as though she were a warder and I in custody. Any time when you have nothing to do, you have only to ask me, and I will show you the rooms in the west wing. She persisted, making me vaguely uncomfortable. I knew not why. Her insistence struck a chord in my memory, reminding me of a visit to a friend's house as a child, when the daughter of the house, older than me, took my arm and whispered in my ear, I know where there is a book locked in a cupboard in my mother's bedroom. Shall we go and look at it? I remembered her white, excited face and her small, beady eyes and the way she kept pinching my arm. I will have the dust sheets removed, and then you can see the rooms as they looked when they were used, said Mrs. Danvers. I would have shown you this morning, but I believed you to be writing letters in the morning room. You have only to telephone through to my room, you know, when you want me. It would only take a short while to have the rooms in readiness. We had come down the short flight of stairs, and she opened another door, standing aside for me to pass through, her dark eyes questing my face. It's very kind of you, Mrs. Danvers, I said. I will let you know sometime. We passed out together onto the landing beyond, and I saw we were at the head of the main staircase now, behind the minstrel's gallery. I wonder how you came to miss your way, she said. The door through the west wing is very different to this. I did not come this way, I said. Then you must have come up the back way from the stone passage, she said. Yes, I said, not meeting her eyes. Yes, I came through a stone passage. She went on looking at me, as though she expected me to tell her why I left the morning room, in sudden panic, going through the back regions, and I felt suddenly that she knew, that she must have watched me, that she had seen me wandering, perhaps in that west wing from the first, her eye to a crack in the door. Mrs. Lacey and Major Lacey have been here some time, she said. I heard their car drive up shortly after 12. Oh, I said. I had not realized that. Frith will have taken them to the morning room, she said. It must be getting on for 12:30. You know your way now, don't you? Yes, Mrs. Danvers, I said. And I went down the big stairway into the hall, knowing she was standing there above me, her eyes watching me. I knew I must go back now, to the morning room, and meet Maxim's sister and her husband. I could not hide in my bedroom now. As I went into the drawing room, I glanced back, over my shoulder, and I saw Mrs. Danvers, still standing there at the head of the stairs, like a black sentinel. I stood for a moment outside the morning room with my hand on the door, listening to the hum of voices. Maxim had returned then, while I had been upstairs, bringing his agent with him, I supposed, for it sounded to me as if the room was full of people. I was aware of the same feeling of sick uncertainty I had experienced so often as a child, when summoned to shake hands with visitors. And turning the handle of the door, I blundered in, to be met at once, it seemed, with a sea of faces and a general silence. "Here she is at last," said Maxim. "Where have you been hiding? We were thinking of sending out a search party. Here is Beatrice, and this is Giles. And this is Frank Crawley. Look out, you nearly trod on the dog." Beatrice was tall, broad-shouldered, very handsome, very much like Maxim about the eyes and jaw, but not as smart as I had expected, much tweedier. The sort of person who would nurse dogs through distemper, know about horses, shoot well. She did not kiss me. She shook hands very firmly, looking me straight in the eyes, and then turned to Maxim. "Quite different from what I expected. Doesn't answer to your description at all." Everyone laughed, and I joined in, not quite certain if the laugh was against me or not, wondering secretly what it was she had expected and what had been Maxim's description. And then, "This is Giles," said Maxim, prodding my arm, and Giles stretched out an enormous paw and wrung my hand, squeezing the fingers limp. Genial eyes, smiling from behind horn-rimmed glasses. "Frank Crawley," said Maxim, and I turned to the agent, a colorless, rather thin man with a prominent Adam's apple, in whose eyes I read relief as he looked upon me. I wondered why, but I had no time to think of that, because Frith had come in and was offering me sherry, and Beatrice was talking to me again. "Maxim tells me you only got back last night. I had not realized that, or of course, we would never have thrust ourselves upon you so soon. Well, what do you think of Manderley?" "I've scarcely seen anything of it yet," I answered. "It's beautiful, of course." She was looking me up and down, as I had expected, but in a direct, straightforward fashion, not maliciously like Mrs. Danvers, not with unfriendliness. She had a right to judge me. She was Maxim's sister, and Maxim himself came to my side now, putting his arm through mine, giving me confidence. "You're looking better, old man," she said to him, her head on one side, considering him. "You've lost that fine, drawn look. Thank goodness. I suppose we've got you to thank for that," nodding at me. "I'm always very fit," said Maxim shortly. "Never had anything wrong with me in my life. You imagine everyone ill who doesn't look as fat as Giles." "Bosh," said Beatrice. "You know perfectly well you were a perfect wreck 6 months ago. Gave me the fright of my life when I came to see you. I thought you were in for a breakdown. Giles, bear me out. Didn't Maxim look perfectly ghastly last time we came over? And didn't I say he was heading for a breakdown?" "Well, I must say, old chap, you're looking a different person," said Giles. "Very good thing you went away. Doesn't he look well, Crawley?" I could tell by the tightening of Maxim's muscles under my arm that he was trying to keep his temper. For some reason, this talk about his health was not welcome to him, angered him even, and I thought it tactless of Beatrice to harp upon it in this way, making so big a point of it. "Maxim's very sunburnt," I said shyly. "It hides a multitude of sins. You should have seen him in Venice, having breakfast on the balcony, trying to get brown on purpose. He thinks it makes him better looking." Everyone laughed, and Mr. Crawley said, "It must have been wonderful in Venice, Mrs. De Winter, this time of year." And, "Yes," I said. "We had really wonderful weather. Only one bad day, wasn't it, Maxim?" The conversation drawing away happily from his health, and so to Italy, safest of subjects, and the blessed topic of fine weather. Conversation was easy now, no longer an effort. Maxim and Giles and Patrice were discussing the running of Maxim's car, and Mr. Crawley was asking if it were true that there were no more gondolas in the canals now, only motorboats. I don't think he would have cared at all had there been steamers at anchor in the Grand Canal. He was saying this to help me. It was his contribution to the little effort of steering the talk away from Maxim's health, and I was grateful to him, feeling him an ally for all his dull appearance. "Jasper wants exercise," said Patrice, stirring the dog with her foot. "He's getting much too fat, and he's barely 2 years old. What do you feed him on, Maxim?" "My dear Patrice, he has exactly the same routine as your dogs," said Maxim. "Don't show off, and make out you know more about animals than I do." "Dear old boy, how can you pretend to know what Jasper has been fed on when you've been away for a couple of months? Don't tell me Frith walks to the lodge gates with him twice a day. This dog hasn't had a run for weeks. I can tell by the condition of his coat." "I'd rather he looked colossal than half-starved like that half-wit dog of yours," said Maxim. "Not a very intelligent remark when Lion won 2 firsts at Crufts last February," said Patrice. The atmosphere was becoming rather strained again. I could tell by the narrow lines of Maxim's mouth, and I wondered if brothers and sisters always sparred like this, making it uncomfortable for those who listened. I wished that Frith would come in and announce lunch. Or would we be summoned by a booming gong? I did not know what happened at Manderley. "How far away from us are you?" I asked, sitting down by Patrice. "Did you have to make a very early start?" "We're 50 miles away, my dear, in the next county, the other side of Trochester. The hunting is so much better with us. You must come over and stay. When Maxim can spare you, Giles will mount you." "I'm afraid I don't hunt," I confessed. "I learned to ride as a child, but very feebly. I don't remember much about it." "You must take it up again," she said. "You can't possibly live in the country and not ride. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself. Maxim says you paint. That's very nice, of course, but there's no exercise in it, is there? All very well on a wet day when there's nothing better to do." "My dear Patrice, we are not all such fresh air fiends as you," said Maxim. "I wasn't talking to you, old boy. We all know you are perfectly happy slopping about the Manderley Gardens and never breaking out of a slow walk." "I'm very fond of walking too," I said swiftly. "I'm sure I shall never get tired of rambling about Manderley. And I can bathe too when it's warmer." "My dear, you are an optimist," said Patrice. "I can hardly ever remember bathing here. The water is far too cold, and the beach is shingle." "I don't mind that," I said. "I love bathing, as long as the currents are not too strong. Is the bathing safe in the bay?" Nobody answered, and I realized suddenly what I had said. My heart thumped, and I felt my cheeks go flaming red. I bent down to stroke Jasper's ear in an agony of confusion. "Jasper could do with a swim and get some of that fat off," said Patrice, breaking the pause. "But he'd find it a bit too much for him in the bay, wouldn't you, Jasper? Good old Jasper, nice old man." We patted the dog together, not looking at one another. "I say, I'm getting infernally hungry. What on earth is happening to lunch?" said Maxim. "It's only just on 1 now," said Mr. Crawley, "according to the clock on the mantelpiece." That clock was always fast, said Beatrice. It's kept perfect time now for months, said Maxim. At that moment the door opened and Frith announced that lunch was served. I say, I must have a wash, said Giles, looking at his hands. We all got up and wandered through the drawing room to the hall in great relief. Beatrice and I a little ahead of the men, she taking my arm. Dear old Frith, she said. He always looks exactly the same and makes me feel like a girl again. You know, don't mind me saying so, but you are even younger than I expected. Maxim told me your age, but you're an absolute child. Tell me, are you very much in love with him? I was not prepared for this question, and she must have seen the surprise in my face, for she laughed lightly and squeezed my arm. Don't answer, she said. I can see what you feel. I'm an interfering bore, aren't I? You mustn't mind me. I'm devoted to Maxim, you know, though we always bicker like cat and dog when we meet. I congratulate you again on his looks. We were all very worried about him this time last year, but of course, you know the whole story. We had come to the dining room by now, and she said no more, for the servants were there, and the others had joined us. But as I sat down and unfolded my napkin, I wondered what Beatrice would say did she realize that I knew nothing of that preceding year, no details of the tragedy that had happened down there in the bay, that Maxim kept these things to himself, that I questioned him never. Lunch passed off better than I had dared to hope. There were few arguments, or perhaps Beatrice was exercising tact at last. At any rate, she and Maxim chatted about matters concerning Manderley, her horses, the garden, mutual friends, and Frank Crawley on my left kept up an easy patter with me, for which I was grateful, as it required no effort. Giles was more concerned with food than with conversation, though now and again he remembered my existence and flung me a remark at hazard. Same cook, I suppose, Maxim, he said, when Robert had offered him the cold soufflé for the second time. I always tell Bea, Manderley's the only place left in England where one can get decent cooking. I remember this soufflé of old. I think we change cooks periodically, said Maxim, but the standard of cooking remains the same. Mrs. Danvers has all the recipes. She tells them what to do. Amazing woman, that Mrs. Danvers, said Giles, turning to me. Don't you think so? Oh, yes, I said. Mrs. Danvers seems to be a wonderful person. She's no oil painting, though, is she? Said Giles, and he roared with laughter. Frank Crawley said nothing, and looking up, I saw Beatrice was watching me. She turned away then and began talking to Maxim. Do you play golf at all, Mrs. De Winter? Said Mr. Crawley. No, I'm afraid I don't, I answered, glad that the subject had been changed, that Mrs. Danvers was forgotten, and even though I was no player, knew nothing of the game, I was prepared to listen to him as long as he pleased. There was something solid and safe and dull about golf. It could not bring us into any difficulties. We had cheese and coffee, and I wondered whether I was supposed to make a move. I kept looking at Maxim, but he gave no sign, and then Giles embarked upon a story, rather difficult to follow, about digging a car out of a snowdrift. What had started the train of thought I could not tell, and I listened to him politely, nodding my head now and again and smiling, aware of Maxim becoming restive at his end of the table. At last he paused, and I caught Maxim's eye. He frowned very slightly and jerked his head towards the door. I got up at once, shaking the table clumsily as I moved my chair and upsetting Giles's glass of port. Oh dear, I said, hovering, wondering what to do, reaching, ineffectively, for my napkin, but, "All right, Frith will deal with it," said Maxim. "Don't add to the confusion. Patrice, take her out in the garden. She's scarcely seen the place yet." He looked tired, rather jaded. I began to wish none of them had come. They had spoiled our day anyway. It was too much of an effort. Just as we returned, I felt tired too, tired and depressed. Maxim had seemed almost irritable when he suggested we should go into the garden. What a fool I had been, upsetting that glass of port. We went out onto the terrace and walked down onto the smooth green lawns. "I think it's a pity you came back to Manderley so soon," said Patrice. "It would have been far better to potter about in Italy for 3 or 4 months and then come back in the middle of the summer. Done Maxim a power of good too. Besides being easier from your point of view, I can't help feeling it's going to be rather a strain for you here at first." "Oh, I don't think so," I said. "I know I shall come to love Manderley." She did not answer, and we strolled backwards and forwards on the lawns. "Tell me a bit about yourself," she said at last. "What was it you were doing in the south of France?" "Living with some appalling American woman," Maxim said. I explained about Mrs. Van Hopper and what had led to it, and she seemed sympathetic, but a little vague, as though she was thinking of something else. "Yes," she said when I paused. "It all happened very suddenly, as you say. But of course we were all delighted, my dear, and I do hope you will be happy." "Thank you, Patrice," I said. "Thank you very much." I wondered why she had said she hoped we would be happy, instead of saying she knew we would be so. She was kind. She was sincere. I liked her very much. But there was a tiny doubt in her voice that made me afraid. "When Maxim wrote and told me," she went on, taking my arm, "and said he had discovered you in the south of France, and you were very young, very pretty, I must admit it gave me a bit of a shock. Of course, we all expected a social butterfly, very modern and plastered with paint, the sort of girl you expected to meet in those sort of places. When you came into the morning room before lunch, you could have knocked me down with a feather." She laughed, and I laughed with her, but she did not say whether or not she was disappointed in my appearance or relieved. "Poor Maxim," she said. "He went through a ghastly time, and let's hope you have made him forget about it. Of course, he adores Manderley." Part of me wanted her to continue her train of thought, to tell me more of the past, naturally and easily like this. And something else, way back in my mind, did not want to know, did not want to hear. "We are not a bit alike, you know," she said. "Our characters are poles apart. I show everything on my face, whether I like people or not, whether I am angry or pleased. There's no reserve about me. Maxim is entirely different, very quiet, very reserved. You never know what's going on in that funny mind of his. I lose my temper on the slightest provocation, flare up, and then it's all over. Maxim loses his temper once or twice in a year, and when he does, my God, he does lose it. I don't suppose he ever will with you. I should think you were a placid little thing." She smiled and pinched my arm, and I thought about being placid, how quiet and comfortable it sounded. Someone with a knitting on her lap, with calm, unruffled brow. Someone who is never anxious, never tortured by doubt and indecision. Someone who never stood as I did, hopeful, eager, frightened, tearing at bitten nails, uncertain which way to go, what star to follow. "You won't mind me saying so, will you?" she went on. "But I think you ought to do something to your hair. Why don't you have it waved? It's so very lanky, isn't it, like that? Must look awful under a hat. Why don't you sweep it back behind your ears?" I did so obediently and waited for her approval. She looked at me critically, her head on one side. "No," she said. "No, I think that's worse. It's too severe and doesn't suit you. No, all you need is a wave, just to pinch it up. I never have cared for that Joan of Arc business, or whatever they call it. What does Maxim say? Does he think it suits you?" "I don't know," I said. "He's never mentioned it." "Oh well," she said. "Perhaps he likes it. Don't go by me. Tell me, did you get any clothes in London or Paris?" "No," I said. "We had no time. Maxim was anxious to get home, and I can always send for catalogues." "I can tell by the way you dress that you don't care a hoot what you wear," she said. I glanced at my flannel skirt apologetically. "I do," I said. "I'm very fond of nice things. I've never had much money to spend on clothes up to now." "I wonder Maxim did not stay a week or so in London and get you something decent to wear," she said. "I must say, I think it's rather selfish of him. So unlike him, too. He's generally so particular." "Is he?" I said. "He's never seemed particular to me. I don't think he notices what I wear at all. I don't think he minds." "Oh," she said. "Oh, well." He must have changed then. She looked away from me and whistled to Jasper, her hands in her pockets, and then stared up at the house above us. "You're not using the West Wing then," she said. "No," I said. "No, we have the suite in the East Wing. It's all been done up." "Has it?" she said. "I didn't know that. I wonder why." "It was Maxim's idea," I said. "He seems to prefer it." She said nothing. She went on looking at the windows and whistling. "How do you get on with Mrs. Danvers?" she said suddenly. I bent down and began patting Jasper's head and stroking his ears. "I have not seen very much of her," I said. "She scares me a little. I've never seen anyone quite like her before." "I don't suppose you have," said Beatrice. Jasper looked up at me with great eyes, humble. Rather self-conscious, I kissed the top of his silken head and put my hand over his black nose. "There's no need to be frightened of her," said Beatrice, "and don't let her see it, whatever you do. Of course, I've never had anything to do with her, and I don't think I ever want to either. However, she's always been very civil to me." I went on patting Jasper's head. "Did she seem friendly?" said Beatrice. "No," I said. "No, not very." Beatrice began whistling again, and she rubbed Jasper's head with her foot. "I shouldn't have more to do with her than you can help," she said. "No," I said. "She runs the house very efficiently. There's no need for me to interfere." "Oh, I don't suppose she'd mind that," said Beatrice. That was what Maxim had said the evening before, and I thought it odd that they should both have the same opinion. I should have imagined that interference was the one thing Mrs. Danvers did not want. "I dare say she will get over it in time," said Beatrice, "but it may make things rather unpleasant for you at first. Of course, she's insanely jealous. I was afraid she would be." "Why?" I asked, looking up at her. "Why should she be jealous? Maxim does not seem to be particularly fond of her." "My dear child, it's not Maxim she's thinking of," said Beatrice. "I think she respects him and all that, but nothing more very much. No, you see," she paused, frowning a little, looking at me uncertainly. "She resents your being here at all. That's the trouble." "Why?" I said. "Why should she resent me?" "I thought you knew," said Beatrice. "I thought Maxim would have told you." She simply adored Rebecca. Oh, I said. Oh, I see. We both went on patting and stroking Jasper, who, unaccustomed to such attention, rolled over on his back in ecstasy. Here are the men, said Beatrice. Let's have some chairs out and sit under the chestnut. How fat Giles is getting. He looks quite repulsive beside Maxim. I suppose Frank will go back to the office. What a dull creature he is. Never has anything interesting to say. Well, all of you. What have you been discussing? Pulling the world to bits, I suppose. She laughed, and the others strolled towards us, and we stood about. Giles threw a twig for Jasper to retrieve. We all looked at Jasper. Mr. Crawley looked at his watch. I must be off, he said. Thank you very much for lunch, Mrs. De Winter. You must come often, I said, shaking hands. I wondered if the others would go too. I was not sure whether they had just come over for lunch or to spend the day. I hoped they would go. I wanted to be alone with Maxim again, and that it would be like we were in Italy. We all went and sat down under the chestnut tree. Robert brought out chairs and rugs. Giles lay down on his back and tipped his hat over his eyes. After a while, he began to snore, his mouth open. Shut up, Giles, said Beatrice. I'm not asleep, he muttered, opening his eyes and shutting them again. I thought him unattractive. I wondered why Beatrice had married him. She could never have been in love with him. Perhaps that was what she was thinking about me. I caught her eye upon me now and again, puzzled, reflective, as though she was saying to herself, what on earth does Maxim see in her? But kind at the same time, not unfriendly. They were talking about their grandmother. We must go over and see the old lady, Maxim was saying. And, she's getting gaga, said Beatrice. Drops food all down her chin, poor darling. I listened to them both, leaning against Maxim's arm, rubbing my chin on his sleeve. He stroked my hand absently, not thinking, talking to Beatrice. That's what I do to Jasper, I thought. I'm being like Jasper now, leaning against him. He pats me now and again, when he remembers, and I'm pleased. I get closer to him for a moment. He likes me in the way I like Jasper. The wind had dropped. The afternoon was drowsy, peaceful. The grass had been new mown. It smelt, sweet and rich, like summer. A bee droned above Giles's head, and he flicked at it with his hat. Jasper sloped in to join us, too warm in the sun, his tongue lolling from his mouth. He flopped beside me and began licking his side, his large eyes apologetic. The sun shone on the mullioned windows of the house, and I could see the green lawns and the terrace reflected in them. Smoke curled thinly from one of the near chimneys, and I wondered if the library fire had been lit according to routine. A thrush flew across the lawn to the magnolia tree outside the dining room window. I could smell the faint, soft magnolia scent as I sat here on the lawn. Everything was quiet and still. Very distant now came the washing of the sea in the bay below. The tide must have gone out. The bee droned over us again, pausing to taste the chestnut blossom above our heads. This is what I always imagined, I thought. This is how I hoped it would be, living at Manderley. I wanted to go on sitting there, not talking, not listening to the others, keeping the moment precious for all time, because we were peaceful, all of us. We were content and drowsy even, as the bee who droned above our heads. In a little while it would be different. There would come tomorrow, and the next day, and another year, and we would be changed perhaps, never sitting quite like this again. Some of us would go away, or suffer, or die. The future stretched away in front of us, unknown, unseen, not perhaps what we wanted, not what we planned. This moment was safe, though. This could not be touched. Here we sat together, Maxim and I, hand in hand, and the past and the future mattered not at all. This was secure, this funny fragment of time he would never remember, never think about again. He would not hold it sacred. He was talking about cutting away some of the undergrowth in the drive, and Beatrice agreed, interrupting with some suggestion of her own, and throwing a piece of grass at Giles at the same time. For them, it was just after lunch, 3:15, on a haphazard afternoon, like any hour, like any day. They did not want to hold it close, imprisoned and secure, as I did. They were not afraid. "Well, I suppose we ought to be off," said Beatrice, brushing the grass from her skirt. "I don't want to be late. We've got the Cartwrights dining." "How is old Vera?" asked Maxim. "Oh, same as ever, always talking about her health. He's getting very old. They're sure to ask all about you both." "Give them my love," said Maxim. We got up. Giles shook the dust off his hat. Maxim yawned and stretched. The sun went in. I looked up at the sky. It had changed already, a mackerel sky. Little clouds scurrying in formation, line upon line. "Wind's backing," said Maxim. "I hope we don't run into rain," said Giles. "I'm afraid we've had the best of the day," said Beatrice. We wandered slowly towards the drive and the waiting car. "You haven't seen what's been done to the east wing," said Maxim. "Come upstairs," I suggested. "It won't take a minute." We went into the hall and up the big staircase, the men following behind. It seemed strange that Beatrice had lived here for so many years. She had run down these same stairs as a little girl with her nurse. She had been born here, bred here. She knew it all. She belonged here more than I should ever do. She must have many memories locked inside her heart. I wondered if she ever thought about the days that were gone, ever remembered the lanky, pigtailed child that she had once been, so different from the woman she had become. 45 now, vigorous and settled in her ways, another person. We came to the rooms, and Giles, stooping under the low doorway, said, "How very jolly. This is a great improvement, isn't it, Bee?" And, "I say, old boy, you have spread yourself." And then Beatrice said, "New curtains, new beds, new everything. You remember, Giles, we had this room that time you were laid up with your leg. It was very dingy then. Of course, Mother never had much idea of comfort. And then, you never put people here, did you, Maxim? Except when there was an overflow. The bachelors were always dumped here. Well, it's charming, I must say. Looks over the rose garden, too, which was always an advantage. May I powder my nose?" The men went downstairs, and Beatrice peered in the mirror. "Did old Danvers do all this for you?" she said. "Yes," I said. "I think she's done it very well." "So she should, with her training," said Beatrice. "I wonder what on earth it cost. A pretty packet, I bet. Did you ask?" "No, I'm afraid I did not," I said. "I don't suppose it worried Mrs. Danvers," said Beatrice. "Do you mind if I use your comb? These are nice brushes. Wedding present?" Maxim gave them to me. I like them. We must give you something, of course. What do you want?" "Oh, I don't really know. You mustn't bother," I said. "My dear, don't be absurd. I'm not one to grudge you a present, even though we weren't asked to your wedding." "I hope you did not mind about that. Maxim wanted it to be abroad." "Of course not. Very sensible of you both. After all, it wasn't as though—" She stopped in the middle of her sentence and dropped her bag. "Damn, have I broken the catch? No, all is well. What was I saying? I can't remember. Oh, yes, wedding presents. We must think of something. You probably don't care for jewelry? I did not answer. It's so different from the ordinary young couple, she said. The daughter of a friend of mine got married the other day. And of course, they were started off in the usual way, with linen and coffee sets and dining room chairs and all that. I gave rather a nice standard lamp. Cost me $5 at Harrods. If you do go up to London to buy clothes, mind you go to my woman, Madame Carreau. She has damn good taste, and she doesn't rook you. She got up from the dressing table and pulled at her skirt. Do you suppose you will have a lot of people down? She said. I don't know. Maxim hasn't said. Funny old boy. One never quite knows with him. At one time, one could not get a bed in the house. The place would be chock-a-block. I can't somehow see you. She stopped abruptly and patted my arm. Oh well, she said, we'll see. It's a pity you don't ride or shoot. You miss such a lot. You don't sail by any chance, do you? No, I said. Thank God for that, she said. She went to the door, and I followed her down the corridor. Come and see us if you feel like it, she said. I always expect people to ask themselves. Life is too short to send out invitations. Thank you very much, I said. We came to the head of the stairs, looking down upon the hall. The men were standing on the steps outside. Come on, Bee, shouted Giles. I felt a spot of rain, so we've got to put on the cover. Maxim says the glass is falling. Beatrice took my hand, and bending down, gave me a swift peck on my cheek. Goodbye, she said. Forgive me if I've asked you a lot of rude questions, my dear, and said all sorts of things I shouldn't. Tact was never my strong point, as Maxim will tell you. And, as I told you before, you're not a bit what I expected. She looked at me direct, her lips pursed in a whistle, and then took a cigarette from her bag and flashed her lighter. You see, she said, snapping the top and walking down the stairs, you are so very different from Rebecca. And we came out onto the steps and found the sun had gone behind a bank of cloud. A little thin rain was falling, and Robert was hurrying across the lawn to bring in the chairs. Chapter 10. We watched the car disappear round the sweep of the drive, and then Maxim took my arm and said, Thank God that's that. Get a coat quickly and come out. Damn the rain. I want to walk. I can't stand this sitting about. He looked white and strained, and I wondered why the entertaining of Beatrice and Giles, his own sister and brother-in-law, should have tired him so. Wait while I run upstairs for my coat, I said. There's a heap of macintoshes in the flower room. Get one of them, he said impatiently. Women are always half an hour when they go to their bedrooms. Robert, fetch a coat from the flower room, will you, for Mrs. De Winter? There must be half a dozen raincoats hanging there, left by people at one time or another. He was already standing in the drive and calling to Jasper, Come on, you lazy little beggar, and take some of that fat off. Jasper ran round in circles, barking hysterically at the prospect of his walk. Shut up, you idiot, said Maxim. What on earth is Robert doing? Robert came running out of the hall, carrying a raincoat, and I struggled into it hurriedly, fumbling with the collar. It was too big, of course, and too long, but there was no time to change it, and we set off together across the lawn to the woods, Jasper running in front. I find a little of my family goes a very long way, said Maxim. Beatrice is one of the best people in the world, but she invariably puts her foot in it. I was not sure where Beatrice had blundered, and thought it better not to ask. Perhaps he still resented the chat about his health before lunch. "What did you think of her?" he went on. "I liked her very much," I said. "She was very nice to me." "What did she talk to you about out here, after lunch?" "Oh, I don't know. I think I did most of the talking. I was telling her about Mrs. Van Hopper and how you and I met and all that. She said I was quite different from what she expected." "What the devil did she expect?" "Someone much smarter, more sophisticated, I imagine. A social butterfly," she said. Maxim did not answer for a moment. He bent down and threw a stick for Jasper. "Beatrice can sometimes be infernally unintelligent," he said. We climbed the grass bank above the lawns and plunged into the woods. The trees grew very close together, and it was dark. We trod upon broken twigs and last year's leaves, and here and there the fresh green stubble of the young bracken and the shoots of the bluebells soon to blossom. Jasper was silent now, his nose to the ground. I took Maxim's arm. "Do you like my hair?" I said. He stared down at me in astonishment. "Your hair?" he said. "Why on earth do you ask? Of course I like it. What's the matter with it?" "Oh, nothing," I said. "I just wondered." "How funny you are," he said. We came to a clearing in the woods, and there were two paths going in opposite directions. Jasper took the right-hand path without hesitation. "Not that way," called Maxim. "Come on, old chap." The dog looked back at us and stood there, wagging his tail, but did not return. "Why does he want to go that way?" I asked. "I suppose he's used to it," said Maxim briefly. "It leads to a small cove where we used to keep a boat. Come on, Jasper, old man." We turned into the left-hand path, not saying anything, and presently I looked over my shoulder and saw that Jasper was following us. "This brings us to the valley I told you about," said Maxim. "And you shall smell the azaleas. Never mind the rain, it will bring out the scent." He seemed all right again now, happy and cheerful, the Maxim I knew and loved. And he began talking about Frank Crawley and what a good fellow he was, so thorough and reliable, and devoted to Manderley. This is better, I thought. This is like it was in Italy. And I smiled up at him, squeezing his arm, relieved that the odd, strained look on his face had passed away. And while I said, "Yes," and "Really," and "Fancy, darling," my thoughts wandered back to Beatrice, wondering why her presence should have disturbed him, what she had done. And I thought, too, of all she had said about his temper, how he lost it, she told me, about once or twice a year. She must know him, of course. She was his sister. But it was not what I had thought. It was not my idea of Maxim. I could see him moody, difficult, irritable perhaps, but not angry as she had inferred, not passionate. Perhaps she had exaggerated. People very often were wrong about their relatives. "There," said Maxim suddenly. "Take a look at that." We stood on a slope of a wooded hill, and the path wound away before us to a valley by the side of a running stream. There were no dark trees here, no tangled undergrowth, but on either side of the narrow path stood azaleas and rhododendrons, not blood-colored like the giants in the drive, but salmon, white, and gold, things of beauty and of grace. drooping their lovely, delicate heads in the soft summer rain. The air was full of their scent, sweet and heady, and it seemed to me as though their very essence had mingled with the running waters of the stream and become one with the falling rain and the dank, rich moss beneath our feet. There was no sound here but the tumbling of the little stream and the quiet rain. When Maxim spoke, his voice was hushed too, gentle and low, as if he had no wish to break upon the silence. "We call it the Happy Valley," he said. We stood quite still, not speaking, looking down upon the clear white faces of the flowers closest to us, and Maxim stooped and picked up a fallen petal and gave it to me. It was crushed and bruised and turning brown at the curled edge, but as I rubbed it across my hand, the scent rose to me, sweet and strong, vivid as the living tree from which it came. Then the birds began. First, a blackbird, his note clear and cool above the running stream, and after a moment, he had answer from his fellow hidden in the woods behind us. And soon, the still air about us was made turbulent with song, pursuing us as we wandered down into the valley, and the fragrance of the white petals followed us too. It was disturbing, like an enchanted place. I had not thought it could be as beautiful as this. The sky, now overcast and sullen, so changed from the early afternoon, and the steady, insistent rain could not disturb the soft quietude of the valley. The rain and the rivulet mingled with one another, and the liquid note of the blackbird fell upon the damp air in harmony with them both. I brushed the dripping heads of azaleas as I passed. So close they grew together, bordering the path. Little drops of water fell onto my hands from the soaked petals. There were petals at my feet, too, brown and sodden, bearing their scent upon them still, and a richer, older scent as well, the smell of deep moss and bitter earth, the stems of bracken, and the twisted buried roots of trees. I held Maxim's hand, and I had not spoken. The spell of the Happy Valley was upon me. This at last was the core of Manderley, the Manderley I would know and learn to love. The first drive was forgotten, the black, herded woods, the glaring rhododendrons, luscious and overproud, and the vast house, too, the silence of that echoing hall, the uneasy stillness of the west wing wrapped in dust sheets. There, I was an interloper, wandering in rooms that did not know me, sitting at a desk and in a chair that were not mine. Here it was different. The Happy Valley knew no trespassers. We came to the end of the path, and the flowers formed an archway above our heads. We bent down, passing underneath, and when I stood straight again, brushing the raindrops from my hair, I saw that the valley was behind us, and the azaleas and the trees, and, as Maxim had described to me that afternoon, many weeks ago in Monte Carlo, we were standing in a little narrow cove, the shingle hard and white under our feet, and the sea was breaking on the shore beyond us. Maxim smiled down at me, watching the bewilderment on my face. "It's a shock, isn't it?" he said. "No one ever expects it. The contrast is too sudden. It almost hurts." He picked up a stone and flung it across the beach for Jasper. "Fetch it, good man." And Jasper, streaked away in search of the stone, his long black ears flapping in the wind. The enchantment was no more. The spell was broken. We were mortal again, 2 people playing on a beach. We threw more stones, went to the water's edge, flung ducks and drakes, and fished for driftwood. The tide had turned and came lapping in the bay. The small rocks were covered, the seaweed washed on the stones. We rescued a big floating plank and carried it up the beach above high water mark. Maxim turned to me, laughing, wiping the hair out of his eyes, and I unrolled the sleeves of my mackintosh, caught by the sea spray. And then we looked round and saw that Jasper had disappeared. We called and whistled, and he did not come. I looked anxiously towards the mouth of the cove, where the waves were breaking upon the rocks. "No," said Maxim. "We should have seen him. He can't have fallen. Jasper, you idiot, where are you? Jasper! Jasper!" "Perhaps he's gone back to the Happy Valley," I said. "He was by that rock a minute ago, sniffing a dead seagull," said Maxim. We walked up the beach, towards the valley once again. "Jasper! Jasper!" called Maxim. In the distance, beyond the rocks to the right of the beach, I heard a short, sharp bark. "Hear that?" I said. "He's climbed over this way." I began to scramble up the slippery rocks in the direction of the bark. "Come back," said Maxim sharply. "We don't want to go that way. The fool of a dog must look after himself." I hesitated, looked down from my rock. "Perhaps he's fallen," I said. "Poor little chap, let me fetch him." Jasper barked again, further away this time. "Oh, listen," I said. "I must get him. It's quite safe, isn't it? The tide won't have cut him off?" "He's all right," said Maxim, irritably. "Why not leave him? He knows his own way back." I pretended not to hear, and began scrambling over the rocks towards Jasper. Great, jagged boulders screened the view, and I slipped and stumbled on the wet rocks, making my way as best as I could in Jasper's direction. It was heartless of Maxim to leave Jasper, I thought, and I could not understand it. Besides, the tide was coming in. I came up beside the big boulder that had hidden the view and looked beyond it, and I saw, to my surprise, that I was looking down into another cove, similar to the one I had left, but wider and more rounded. A small stone breakwater had been thrown out across the cove for shelter, and behind it, the bay formed a tiny natural harbor. There was a buoy anchored there, but no boat. The beach in the cove was white shingle, like the one behind me, but steeper, shelving suddenly to the sea. The woods came right down to the tangle of seaweed, marking high water, encroaching almost to the rocks themselves. And at the fringe of the woods was a long, low building, half cottage, half boathouse, built of the same stone as the breakwater. There was a man on the beach, a fisherman perhaps, in long boots and a sou'wester, and Jasper was barking at him, running round him in circles, darting at his boots. The man took no notice. He was bending down and scraping in the shingle. "Jasper!" I shouted. "Jasper, come here!" The dog looked up, wagging his tail, but he did not obey me. He went on baiting the solitary figure on the beach. I looked over my shoulder. There was still no sign of Maxim. I climbed down over the rocks to the beach below. My feet made a crunching noise across the shingle, and the man looked up at the sound. I saw then that he had the small slit eyes of an idiot and the red, wet mouth. He smiled at me, showing toothless gums.
"Good day," he said. "Dirty, ain't it?"
"Good afternoon," I said. "No, I'm afraid it's not very nice weather." He watched me with interest, smiling all the while.
"Diggin' for shell," he said. "No shell here. Been diggin' since forenoon."
"Oh," I said, "I'm sorry you can't find any."
"That's right," he said. "No shell here."
"Come on, Jasper," I said. "It's getting late. Come on, old boy." But Jasper was in an infuriating mood. Perhaps the wind and the sea had gone to his head, for he backed away from me, barking stupidly, and began racing around the beach after nothing at all. I saw he would never follow me, and I had no lead. I turned to the man, who had bent down again to his futile digging. "Have you got any string?" I said.
"Eh?"
he said. "Have you got any string?" I repeated.
"No shell here,"
he said, shaking his head.
"Been diggin' since forenoon."
He nodded his head at me and wiped his pale blue watery eyes. "I want something to tie the dog," I said. "He won't follow me."
"Eh?"
he said, and smiled his poor idiot smile. "All right," I said. "It doesn't matter." He looked at me uncertainly, and then leant forward and poked me in the chest.
"I know that dog,"
he said.
"He comes from the house."
"Yes," I said. "I want him to come back with me now."
"He's not yourn,"
he said. "He's Mr. De Winter's dog," I said gently. "I want to take him back to the house."
"Eh?"
he said. I called Jasper once more, but he was chasing a feather blown by the wind. I wondered if there was any string in the boathouse, and I walked up the beach towards it. There must have been a garden once, but now the grass was long and overgrown, crowded with nettles. The windows were boarded up. No doubt the door was locked, and I lifted the latch without much hope. To my surprise, it opened after the first stiffness, and I went inside, bending my head because of the low door. I expected to find the usual boat store, dirty and dusty with disuse, ropes and blocks and oars upon the floor. The dust was there, and the dirt too in places, but there were no ropes or blocks. The room was furnished and ran the whole length of the cottage. There was a desk in the corner, a table and chairs, and a bed sofa pushed against the wall. There was a dresser, too, with cups and plates, bookshelves, the books inside them, and models of ships standing on the top of the shelves. For a moment, I thought it must be inhabited. Perhaps the poor man on the beach lived here. But I looked around me again and saw no sign of recent occupation. That rusted grate knew no fire, this dusty floor no footsteps, and the china, there on the dresser, was blue-spotted with the damp. There was a queer, musty smell about the place. Cobwebs spun threads upon the ship's models, making their own ghostly rigging. No one lived here. No one came here. The door had creaked on its hinges when I opened it. The rain pattered on the roof with a hollow sound and tapped upon the boarded windows. The fabric of the sofa bed had been nibbled by mice or rats. I could see the jagged holes and the frayed edges. It was damp in the cottage, damp and chill, dark and oppressive. I did not like it. I had no wish to stay there. I hated the hollow sound of the rain pattering on the roof. It seemed to echo in the room itself, and I heard the water dripping too into the rusted grate. I looked about me for some string. There was nothing that would serve my purpose, nothing at all. There was another door at the end of the room, and I went to it and opened it, a little fearful now, a little afraid, for I had the odd, uneasy feeling that I might come upon something unawares, that I had no wish to see, something that might harm me, that might be horrible. It was nonsense, of course, and I opened the door. It was only a boat store after all. Here were the ropes and blocks I had expected, 2 or 3 sails, fenders, a small punt, pots of paints, all the litter and junk that goes with the using of boats. A ball of twine lay on a shelf, a rusted clasp knife beside it. This would be all I needed for Jasper. I opened the knife and cut a length of twine and came back into the room again. The rain still fell upon the roof and into the grate. I came out of the cottage hurriedly, not looking behind me, trying not to see the torn sofa and the mildewed china, the spun cobwebs on the model ships, and so through the creaking gate and onto the white beach. The man was not digging any more. He was watching me, Jasper at his side. "Come along, Jasper," I said. "Come on, good dog." I bent down, and this time he allowed me to touch him and pull hold of his collar. "I found some string in the cottage," I said to the man. He did not answer, and I tied the string loosely round Jasper's collar. "Good afternoon," I said, tugging at Jasper. The man nodded, staring at me with his narrow idiot's eyes. "I saw ye go in yonder," he said. "Yes," I said. "It's all right. Mr. De Winter won't mind." "She don't go in there now," he said. "No," I said. "Not now." "She's gone in the sea, ain't she?" he said. "She won't come back no more?" "No," I said. "She'll not come back." "I never said nothin', did I?" he said. "No, of course not. Don't worry," I said. He bent down again to his digging, muttering to himself. I went across the shingle, and I saw Maxim waiting for me by the rocks, his hands in his pockets. "I'm sorry," I said. "Jasper would not come. I had to get some string." He turned abruptly on his heel and made towards the woods. "Aren't we going back over the rocks?" I said. "What's the point? We're here now," he said briefly. We went up past the cottage and struck into a path through the woods. "I'm sorry I was such a time. It was Jasper's fault," I said. "He kept barking at the man. Who was he?" "Only Ben," said Maxim. "He's quite harmless, poor devil. His old father used to be one of the keepers. They live near the home farm. Where did you get that piece of twine?" "I found it in the cottage on the beach," I said. "Was the door open?" he asked. "Yes, I pushed it open. I found the string in the other room, where the sails were, and a small boat." "Oh," he said shortly. "Oh, I see." And then he added, after a moment or two, "That cottage is supposed to be locked. The door has no business to be open." I said nothing. It was not my affair. "Did Ben tell you the door was open?" "No," I said. He did not seem to understand anything I asked him. "He makes out he's worse than he is," said Maxim. "He can talk quite intelligibly, if he wants to. He's probably been in and out of the cottage dozens of times, and did not want you to know." "I don't think so," I answered. The place looked deserted, quite untouched. There was dust everywhere, and no footmarks. It was terribly damp. I'm afraid those books will be quite spoiled, and the chairs and that sofa. There are rats there, too. They have eaten away some of the covers. Maxim did not reply. He walked at a tremendous pace, and the climb up from the beach was steep. It was very different from the Happy Valley. The trees were dark here, and close together. There were no azaleas brushing the path. The rain dripped heavily from the thick branches. It splashed on my collar and trickled down my neck. I shivered. It was unpleasant, like a cold finger. My legs ached after the unaccustomed scramble over the rocks, and Jasper lagged behind, weary from his wild scamper, his tongue hanging from his mouth. "Come on, Jasper, for God's sake," said Maxim. "Make him walk up. Pull at that twine or something, can't you? Beatrice was right. The dog is much too fat." "It's your fault," I said. "You walk so fast, we can't keep up with you." "If you had listened to me instead of rushing wildly over those rocks, we would have been home by now," said Maxim. Jasper knew his way back perfectly. "I can't think what you wanted to go after him for." "I thought he might have fallen, and I was afraid of the tide," I said. "Is it likely I should have left the dog had there been any question of the tide?" said Maxim. "I told you not to go on those rocks, and now you are grumbling because you are tired." "I'm not grumbling," I said. "Anyone, even if they had legs of iron, would be tired walking at this pace. I thought you would come with me when I went after Jasper anyway, instead of staying behind." "Why should I exhaust myself careering after the damned dog?" he said. "It was no more exhausting careering after Jasper on the rocks than it was careering after the driftwood on the beach," I answered. "You just say that because you have not any other excuse." "My good child, what am I supposed to excuse myself about?" "Oh, I don't know," I said wearily. "Let's stop this." "Not at all. You began it. What do you mean by saying I was trying to find an excuse? Excuse for what?" "Excuse for not having come with me over the rocks, I suppose," I said. "Well, and why do you think I did not want to cross to the other beach?" "Oh, Maxim, how should I know? I'm not a thought reader. I know you did not want to, that's all. I could see it in your face." "See what in my face?" "I've already told you. I could see you did not want to go. Oh, do let's have an end to it. I'm sick to death of the subject." "All women say that when they've lost an argument. All right. I did not want to go to the other beach. Will that please you? I never go near the bloody place, or that goddamned cottage. And if you had my memories, you would not want to go there either, or talk about it, or even think about it. There. You can digest that if you like, and I hope it satisfies you." His face was white, and his eyes strained and wretched, with that dark, lost look they had had when I first met him. I put out my hand to him. I took hold of his, holding it tight. "Please, Maxim, please," I said. "What's the matter?" he said roughly. "I don't want you to look like that," I said. "It hurts too much. Please, Maxim, let's forget all we said. A futile, silly argument. I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry. Please let everything be all right." "We ought to have stayed in Italy," he said. "We ought never to come back to Manderley. Oh, God, what a fool I was to come back." He brushed through the trees impatiently, striding even faster than before, and I had to run to keep pace with him, catching at my breath tears very near the surface, dragging poor Jasper after me on the end of his string. At last, we came to the top of the path, and I saw its fellow branching left to the happy valley. We had climbed the path, then, that Jasper had wished to take at the beginning of the afternoon. I knew now why Jasper had turned to it. It led to the beach he knew best, and the cottage. It was his old routine. We came out onto the lawns and went across them to the house without a word. Maxim's face was hard, with no expression. He went straight into the hall and onto the library without looking at me. Frith was in the hall. "We want tea at once," said Maxim, and he shut the library door. I fought to keep back my tears. Frith must not see them. He would think we had been quarreling, and he would go to the servants' hall and say to them all, "Mrs. De Winter was crying in the hall just now. It looks as though things are not going very well." I turned away so that Frith should not see my face. He came towards me, though. He began to help me off with my mackintosh. "I'll put your raincoat away for you in the flower room, madam," he said. "Thank you, Frith," I replied, my face still away from him. "Not a very pleasant afternoon for a walk, I fear, madam." "No," I said. "No, it was not very nice." "Your handkerchief, madam," he said, picking up something that had fallen on the floor. "Thank you," I said, putting it in my pocket. I was wondering whether to go upstairs or whether to follow Maxim to the library. Frith took the coat to the flower room. I stood there, hesitating, biting my nails. Frith came back again. He looked surprised to see me still there. "There is a good fire in the library now, madam." "Thank you, Frith," I said. I walked slowly across the hall to the library. I opened the door and went in. Maxim was sitting in his chair, Jasper at his feet, the old dog in her basket. Maxim was not reading the paper, though it lay on the arm of the chair beside him. I went and knelt down by his side and put my face close to his. "Don't be angry with me any more," I whispered. He took my face in his hands and looked down at me with his tired, strained eyes. "I'm not angry with you," he said. "Yes," I said. "I've made you unhappy. It's the same thing as making you angry. You're all wounded and hurt and torn inside. I can't bear to see you like this. I love you so much." "Do you?" He held me very tight, and his eyes questioned me, dark and uncertain, the eyes of a child in pain, a child in fear. "What is it, darling?" I said. "Why do you look like that?" I heard the door open before he could answer, and I sank back on my heels, pretending to reach for a log to throw on the fire, while Frith came into the room, followed by Robert, and the ritual of our tea began. The performance of the day before was repeated, the placing of the table, the laying of the snow-white cloth, the putting down of cakes and crumpets, the silver kettle of hot water placed on its little flame, while Jasper, wagging his tail, his ears stretched back in anticipation, watched my face. 5 minutes must have passed before we were alone again, and when I looked at Maxim, I saw the color had come back into his face. The tired, lost look was gone, and he was reaching for a sandwich. "Having all that crowd to lunch was the trouble," he said. "Poor old Beatrice always does rub me the wrong way. We used to scrap like dogs as children. I'm so fond of her too, bless her. Such a relief, though, that they don't live too near. Which reminds me, we'll have to go over and see Granny sometime. Pour out my tea, sweetheart, and forgive me for being a bear to you." It was over then. The episode was finished. We must not speak of it again. He smiled at me over his cup of tea, and then reached for the newspaper on the arm of his chair. The smile was my reward, like a pat on the head to Jasper. Good dog, then, lie down. Don't worry me any more. I was Jasper again. I was back where I had been before. I took a piece of crumpet and divided it between the two dogs. I did not want it myself. I was not hungry. I felt very weary now, very tired in a dull, spent way. I looked at Maxim, but he was reading his paper. He had folded it over to another page. My fingers were messy with the butter from the crumpet, and I felt in my pocket for a handkerchief. I drew it out, a tiny scrap of a thing. I stared at it, frowning, for it was not mine. I remembered then that Frith had picked it up from the stone floor of the hall. It must have fallen out of the pocket in the mackintosh. I turned it over in my hand. It was grubby. Little bits of fluff from the pocket clung to it. It must have been in the mackintosh pocket for a long time. There was a monogram in the corner, a tall sloping R, with the letters D-E-W interlaced. The R dwarfed the other letters. The tail of it ran down into the cambric, away from the laced edge. It was only a small handkerchief, quite a scrap of a thing. It had been rolled in a ball and put away in the pocket and forgotten. I must have been the first person to put on that mackintosh since a handkerchief was used. She, who had worn the coat then, was tall, slim, broader than me about the shoulders, for I had found it big and overlong, and the sleeves had come below my wrist. Some of the buttons were missing. She had not bothered then to do it up. She had thrown it over her shoulders like a cape, or worn it loose, hanging open, her hands deep in the pockets. There was a pink mark upon the handkerchief, the mark of lipstick. She had rubbed her lips with the handkerchief, and then rolled it in a ball and left it in the pocket. I wiped my fingers with the handkerchief, and as I did so, I noticed that a dull scent clung about it still. A scent I recognized, a scent I knew. I shut my eyes and tried to remember. It was something elusive, something faint and fragrant that I could not name. I had breathed it before, touched it surely, that very afternoon. And then I knew that the vanished scent upon the handkerchief was the same as the crushed white petals of the azaleas in the Happy Valley. Chapter 11. The weather was wet and cold for quite a week, as it often can be in the West Country in the early summer, and we did not go down to the beach again. I could see the sea from the terrace and the lawns. It looked gray and uninviting, great rollers sweeping into the bay, past the beacon on the headland. I pictured them surging into the little cove and breaking with a roar upon the rocks, then running swift and strong to the shelving beach. If I stood on the terrace and listened, I could hear the murmur of the sea below me, low and sullen, a dull, persistent sound that never ceased. And the gulls flew inland too, driven by the weather. They hovered above the house in circles, wheeling and crying, flapping their spread wings. I began to understand why some people could not bear the clamor of the sea. It has a mournful harping note sometimes, and the very persistence of it, that eternal roll and thunder and hiss, plays a jagged tune upon the nerves. I was glad our rooms were in the east wing, and I could lean out of my window and look down upon the rose garden. For sometimes I could not sleep, and getting softly out of bed in the quiet night, I would wander to the window and lean there, my arms upon the sill, and the air would be very peaceful, very still. I could not hear the restless sea, and because I could not hear it, my thoughts would be peaceful too. They would not carry me down that steep path, through the woods, to the gray cove and the deserted cottage. I did not want to think about the cottage. I remembered it too often in the day. The memory of it nagged at me whenever I saw the sea from the terrace, for I would see once more the blue spots on the china, the spun webs on the little masts of those model ships, and the rat holes on the sofa bed. I would remember the pattering of the rain on the roof, and I thought of Ben, too, with his narrow, watery blue eyes, his sly, idiot smile. These things disturbed me. I was not happy about them. I wanted to forget them, but at the same time, I wanted to know why they disturbed me, why they made me uneasy and unhappy. Somewhere, at the back of my mind, there was a frightened, furtive seed of curiosity that grew slowly and stealthily for all my denial of it, and I knew all the doubt and anxiety of the child who has been told, "These things are not discussed, they are forbidden." I could not forget the white, lost look in Maxim's eyes when we came up the path through the woods, and I could not forget his words. Oh God, what a fool I was to come back. It was all my fault, because I had gone down into the bay. I had opened up a road into the past again, and although Maxim had recovered and was himself again, and we lived our lives together, sleeping, eating, walking, writing letters, driving to the village, working hour by hour through our day, I knew there was a barrier between us because of it. He walked alone on the other side, and I must not come to him, and I became nervous and fearful that some heedless word, some turn in a careless conversation, should bring that expression back to his eyes again. I began to dread any mention of the sea, for the sea might lead to boats, to accidents, to drowning. Even Frank Crawley, who came to lunch one day, put me in a little fever of fear when he said something about the sailing races in Carith Harbor, 3 miles away. I looked steadily at my plate, a stab of sickness in my heart at once. But Maxim went on talking quite naturally. He did not seem to mind, while I sat in a sweat of uncertainty, wondering what would happen and where the conversation would lead us. It was during cheese. Frith had left the room, and I remember getting up and going to the sideboard and taking some more cheese, not wanting it, so as not to be at the table with them, listening, humming a little tune to myself so I could not hear. I was wrong, of course, morbid, stupid. This was the hypersensitive behavior of a neurotic, not the normal happy self I knew myself to be, but I could not help it. I did not know what to do. My shyness and gaucherie became worse, too, making me stolid and dumb when people came to the house. For we were called upon, I remember, during those first weeks, by people who lived near us in the county, and the receiving of them, and the shaking hands, and the spinning out of the formal half-hour became a worse ordeal than I first anticipated, because of this new fear of mine that they would talk about something that must not be discussed, the agony of those wheels on the drive, of my own first wild rush for flight to my own room, the scrambled dab of powder on my nose, the hasty comb through my hair, and then the inevitable knock on the door and the entrance of the cards on a silver salver. "All right, I'll be down immediately." The clap of my heels on the stairs and across the hall, the opening of the library door, or, worse still, that long, cold, lifeless drawing room, and the strange woman waiting there, or two of them perhaps, or a husband and a wife. "How do you do? I'm sorry. Maxim is in the garden somewhere. Frith has gone to find him." A little laughter, a little flurry of chat, a pause, a glance around the room, and in my shyness and anxiety to please, those schoolgirls' phrases would escape from me again, those words I never used except in moments like these. "Oh, ripping," and "Oh, topping," and "Absolutely," and "Priceless." Even, I think, to one dowager who had carried a lorgnette, "Cheerio." My relief at Maxim's arrival would be tempered by the fear they might say something indiscreet, and I became dumb at once, a set smile on my lips, my hands in my lap. They would turn to Maxim then, talking of people and places I had not met or did not know. And now and again I would find their eyes upon me, doubtful, rather bewildered. I could picture them saying to one another as they drove away, "What a dull girl, she scarcely opened her mouth." And then a sentence I had first heard upon Beatrice's lips, haunting me ever since, a sentence I read in every eye, on every tongue, "She's so different from Rebecca." Sometimes I would glean little snatches of information to add to my secret store. A word dropped here at random, a question, a passing phrase. And, if Maxim was not with me, the hearing of them would be furtive, rather painful pleasure, guilty knowledge learnt in the dark. I would return a call perhaps, for Maxim was punctilious in these matters, and would not spare me. And if he did come with me, I must brave the formality alone, and there would be a pause in the conversation, while I searched for something to say. "Will you be entertaining much at Manderley, Mrs. De Winter?" they would say, and my answer would come, "I don't know. Maxim has not said much about it up to the present." "No, of course not. It's early yet. I believe the house was generally full of people in the old days." Another pause. "People from London, you know. There used to be tremendous parties." "Yes," I would say. "Yes, so I have heard." A further pause, and then the lowered voice that is always used about the dead or in a place of worship. "She was so tremendously popular, you know. Such a personality." "Yes," I would say. "Yes, of course." And after a moment or so, I would glance at my watch, under cover of my glove, and say, "I'm afraid I ought to be going. It must be after 4. "Won't you stay for tea? We always have it at 1:15. No, really. Thanks most awfully. I promised Maxim." My sentence would go trailing off into nothing, but the meaning would be understood. We would both rise to our feet, both of us knowing I was not deceived about her offer to tea, nor she in my mention of a promise to Maxim. I had sometimes wondered what would happen if convention were denied, if, having got into the car and waved a hand to my hostess on the doorstep, I suddenly opened it again and said, "I don't think I'll go back after all. Let's go to your drawing room again and sit down. I'll stay to dinner if you like, or stop the night." I used to wonder if convention and good county manners would brave the surprise, and whether a smile of welcome would be summoned to the frozen face. I used to wish I had the courage to try, but instead the door would slam, the car would go bowling away down the smooth gravel drive, and my late hostess would wander back to her room with a sigh of relief and become herself again. It was the wife of the bishop in the neighboring cathedral town who said to me, "Will your husband revive the Manderley fancy dress ball, do you suppose? Such a lovely sight always. I shall never forget it." I had to smile, as though I knew all about it, and say, We have not decided. There have been so many things to do and to discuss. Yes, I suppose so, but I do hope it won't be dropped. You must use your influence with him. There was not one last year, of course. But I remember 2 years ago the bishop and I went, and it was quite enchanting. Manderley so lends itself to anything like that. The hall looked wonderful. They danced there, and had music in the gallery. It was all so in keeping. A tremendous thing to organize, but everybody appreciated it so. Yes, I said. Yes, I must ask Maxim about it. I thought of the docketed pigeonhole in the desk in the morning room. I pictured the stack upon stack of invitation cards, the long list of names, the addresses, and I could see a woman sitting there at the desk and putting a V beside the names she wanted, and reaching for the invitation cards, dipping her pen in the ink, writing upon them swift and sure in that long slanting hand. There was a garden party, too, we went to one summer, said the bishop's wife. Everything always so beautifully done. The flowers at their best. A glorious day, I remember. Tea was served at little tables in the rose garden. Such an attractive, original idea. Of course, she was so clever. She stopped, turning a little pink, fearing a loss of tact. But I agreed with her at once, to save embarrassment. And I heard myself saying boldly, brazenly, Rebecca must have been a wonderful person. I could not believe that I had said the name at last. I waited, wondering what would happen. I had said the name. I had said the word Rebecca aloud. It was a tremendous relief. It was as though I had taken a purge and rid myself of an intolerable pain. Rebecca. I had said it aloud. I wondered if the bishop's wife saw the flush on my face. But she went on smoothly with the conversation, and I listened to her greedily, like an eavesdropper at a shuttered window. You never met her, then? She asked, and when I shook my head, she hesitated a moment, a little uncertain of her ground. We never knew her well personally, you know. The bishop was only inducted here 4 years ago, but of course she received us when we went to the ball and the garden party. We dined there, too, one winter. Yes, she was a very lovely creature, so full of life. She seems to have been so good at everything, too, I said, my voice just careless enough to show I did not mind, while I played with the fringe of my glove. It's not often you get someone who is clever and beautiful and fond of sport. No, I suppose you don't, said the bishop's wife. She was certainly very gifted. I can see her now, standing at the foot of the stairs on the night of the ball, shaking hands with everybody, that cloud of dark hair against the very white skin, and her costume suited her so. Yes, she was very beautiful. She ran the house herself, too, I said, smiling, as if to say, I am quite at ease. I often discuss her. Oh, well, we can't all do everything. And you are very young, aren't you? No doubt, in time, when you have settled down. Besides, you have your own hobby, haven't you? Someone told me you were fond of sketching. Oh, that, I said. I don't know that I can count it for much. It's a nice little talent to have. It's not everyone that can sketch. You must not drop it. Manderley must be full of pretty spots to sketch. Yes, I said. Yes, I suppose so. Depressed by her words, having a sudden vision of myself wandering across the lawns with a camp stool and a box of pencils under one arm, and my little talent, as she described it, under the other. It sounded like a pet disease. Do you play any games? Do you ride or shoot? She asked. No, I said. I don't do anything like that. I'm fond of walking, I added, as a wretched anticlimax. The best exercise in the world, The bishop and I walk a lot." I wondered if he went round and round the cathedral, in his shovel hat and his gaiters, with her on his arm. She began to talk about a walking holiday they had taken once, years ago, in the Pennines, and how they had done an average of 20 miles a day. And I nodded my head, smiling politely, wondering about the Pennines, thinking they were something like the Andes, remembering afterwards they were that chain of hills marked with a furry line in the middle of a pink England on my school atlas, and he all the time in his hat and gaiters. The inevitable pause, the glance at the watch unnecessary, as her drawing-room clock chimed 4 in shrill tones, and my rise from the chair. "I'm so glad I found you in. I hope you will come and see us." "We should love to. The bishop is always so busy. Please remember me to your husband, and be sure to ask him to revive the ball." "Yes, indeed I will." Lying, pretending I knew all about it. And in the car going home, I sat in my corner, biting my thumbnail, seeing the great hall at Manderley, thronged with people in fancy dress, the chatter, hum, and laughter of the moving crowd, the musicians in the gallery, supper in the drawing-room probably, long buffet tables against the wall. And I could see Maxim, standing at the front of the stairs, laughing, shaking hands, turning to someone who stood by his side, tall and slim, with dark hair, said the bishop's wife, dark hair against a white face. Someone whose quick eyes saw to the comfort of her guests, who gave an order over her shoulder to a servant. Someone who was never awkward, never without grace, who when she danced left a stab of perfume in the air like a white azalea. "Will you be entertaining much at Manderley, Mrs. De Winter?" I heard the voice again, suggestive, rather inquisitive, in the voice of that woman I had called upon who lived on the other side of Kerrith, and I saw her eye too, dubious, considering, taking in my clothes from top to toe, wondering, with that swift downward glance given to all brides, if I was going to have a baby. I did not want to see her again. I did not want to see any of them again. They only came to call at Manderley because they were curious and prying. They liked to criticize my looks, my manners, my figure. They liked to watch how Maxim and I behaved to each other, whether we seemed fond of one another, so that they could go back afterwards and discuss us, saying, "Very different from the old days." They came because they wanted to compare me to Rebecca. I would not return these calls any more, I decided. I should tell Maxim so. I did not mind if they thought me rude and ungracious. It would give them more to criticize, more to discuss. They could say I was ill-bred. "I'm not surprised," they would say. "After all, who was she?" And then a laugh and a shrug of the shoulder. "My dear, don't you know? He picked her up in Monte Carlo or somewhere. She hadn't a penny. She was a companion to some old woman." More laughter, more lifting of the eyebrows. "Nonsense, not really. How extraordinary men are. Maxim of all people, who was so fastidious. How could he, after Rebecca?" I did not mind. I did not care. They could say what they liked. As the car turned in at the lodge gates, I leaned forward in my seat to smile at the woman who lived there. She was bending down, picking flowers in the front garden. She straightened up as she heard the car, but she did not see me smile. I waved, and she stared at me blankly. I don't think she knew who I was. I leant back in my seat again. The car went on down the drive. When we turned at one of the narrow bends, I saw a man walking along the drive, a little distance ahead. It was the agent, Frank Crawley. He stopped when he heard the car, and the chauffeur slowed down. Frank Crawley took off his hat, and smiled when he saw me in the car. He seemed glad to see me. I smiled back at him. It was nice of him to be glad to see me. I liked Frank Crawley. I did not find him dull or uninteresting, as Beatrice had done. Perhaps it was because I was dull myself. We were both dull. We neither of us had a word to say for ourselves, like to like. I tapped on the glass and told the chauffeur to stop. "I think I'll get out and walk with Mr. Crawley," I said. He opened the door for me. "Been paying calls, Mrs. De Winter?" he said. "Yes, Frank," I said. I called him Frank because Maxim did, but he would always call me Mrs. De Winter. He was that sort of person. Even if we had been thrown on a desert island together and lived there in intimacy for the rest of our lives, I should have been Mrs. De Winter. "I've been calling on the bishop," I said, "and I found the bishop out. But the bishop's lady was at home. She and the bishop are very fond of walking. Sometimes they do 20 miles a day, in the Pennines." "I don't know that part of the world," said Frank Crawley. "They say the country round is very fine. An uncle of mine used to live there." It was the sort of remark Frank Crawley always made, safe, conventional, very correct. "The bishop's wife wants to know when we are going to give a fancy dress ball at Manderley," I said, watching him out of the tail of my eye. "She came to the last one," she said, "and enjoyed it very much. I did not know you have fancy dress dances here, Frank." He hesitated a moment before replying. He looked a little troubled. "Oh, yes," he said, after a moment. "The Manderley Ball was generally an annual affair. Everyone in the county came. A lot of people from London, too. Quite a big show." "It must have taken a lot of organization," I said. "Yes," he said. "I suppose," I said carelessly, "Rebecca did most of it?" I looked straight ahead of me along the drive, but I could see his face was turned towards me, as though he wished to read my expression. "We all of us worked pretty hard," he said quietly. There was a funny reserve in his manner as he said this, a certain shyness that reminded me of my own. I wondered suddenly if he had been in love with Rebecca. His voice was the sort of voice I should have used in his circumstances, had this been so. The idea opened up a new field of possibilities. Frank Crawley being so shy, so dull. He would never have told anyone, least of all Rebecca. "I'm afraid I should not be much use if we have a dance," I said. "I'm no earthly use at organizing anything." "There would be no need for you to do anything," he said. "You would just be yourself and look decorative." "That's very polite of you, Frank," I said, "but I'm afraid I should not be able to do that very well either." "I think you would do it excellently," he said. Dear Frank Crawley, how tactful he was and considerate. I almost believed him. But he did not deceive me, really. "Will you ask Maxim about the ball?" I said. "Why don't you ask him?" he answered. "No," I said. "No, I don't like to." We were silent then. We went on walking along the drive. Now that I had broken down my reluctance at saying Rebecca's name, first with the bishop's wife, and now with Frank Crawley, the urge to continue was strong within me. It gave me a curious satisfaction. It acted upon me like a stimulant. I knew that in a moment or two I should have to say it again. "I was down on one of the beaches the other day," I said. "The one with the breakwater. Jasper was being infuriating. He kept barking at the poor man with the idiot's eyes." "You must mean Ben," said Frank, his voice quite easy now. "He always potters about on the shore. He's quite a nice fellow. You need never be frightened of him. He would not hurt a fly." "Oh, I wasn't frightened," I said. I waited a moment, humming a tune to give me confidence. "I'm afraid that cottage place is going to rack and ruin," I said lightly. "I had to go in to find a piece of string or something to tie up Jasper. The china is moldy and the books are being ruined. Why isn't something done about it? It seems such a pity." I knew he would not answer at once. He bent down to tie up his shoelace. I pretended to examine a leaf on one of the shrubs. "I think if Maxim wanted anything done, he would tell me," he said, still fumbling with his shoe. "Are they all Rebecca's things?" I asked. "Yes," he said. I threw the leaf away and picked another, turning it over in my hands. "What did she use the cottage for?" I asked. It looked quite furnished. I thought from the outside it was just a boathouse. "It was a boathouse, originally," he said, his voice constrained again, difficult, the voice of someone who is uncomfortable about his subject. Then she converted it like that, had furniture put in, and china." I thought it funny the way he called her she. He did not say Rebecca or Mrs. De Winter, as I expected him to do. "Did she use it a great deal?" I asked. "Yes," he said. "Yes, she did. Moonlight picnics and one thing and another." We were walking again, side by side, I still humming my little tune. "How jolly," I said brightly. "Moonlight picnics must be great fun. Did you ever go to them?" Once or twice," he said. I pretended not to notice his manner, how quiet it had become, how reluctant to speak about these things. "Why is the buoy there in the little harbor place?" I said. "The boat used to be moored there," he said. "What boat?" I asked. "Her boat," he said. A strange sort of excitement was upon me. I had to go on with my questions. He did not want to talk about it. I knew that. But although I was sorry for him and shocked at my own self, I had to continue. I could not be silent. "What happened to it?" I said. "Was that the boat she was sailing when she was drowned?" "Yes," he said quietly. "It capsized and sank. She was washed overboard." "What sort of size boat was it?" I asked. "About 3 tons. It had a little cabin." "What made it capsize?" I said. "It can be very squally in the bay," he said. I thought of that green sea, foam-flecked, that ran down channel beyond the headland. Did the wind come suddenly, I wondered, in a funnel from the beacon on the hill? And did the little boat heel to it, shivering, the white sail flat against a breaking sea? "Could not someone have got out to her?" I said. "Nobody saw the accident. Nobody knew she had gone," he said. I was very careful not to look at him. He might have seen the surprise in my face. I had always thought it happened in a sailing race, that other boats were there, the boats from Kerith, and that people were watching from the cliffs. I did not know she had been alone, quite alone, out there in the bay. "They must have known up at the house," I said. "No," he said. "She often went out alone like that. She would come back any time of the night and sleep at the cottage on the beach." "Was she not nervous?" "Nervous?" he said. "No, she was not nervous of anything." Did Maxim mind her going off alone like that?" He waited a minute, and then, "I don't know," he said shortly. I had the impression He was being loyal to someone, either to Maxim or to Rebecca, or perhaps even to himself. He was odd. I did not know what to make of it. She must have been drowned then, trying to swim to shore after the boat sank, I said. Yes, he said. I knew how the little boat would quiver and plunge, the water gushing into the steering wheel, and how the sails would press her down, suddenly, horribly, in that gust of wind. It must have been very dark out there in the bay. The shore must have seemed very far away to anyone swimming there in the water. How long afterwards was it that they found her? I said. About 2 months, he said. 2 months. I thought drowned people were found after 2 days. I thought they would be washed up close to the shore when the tide came. Where did they find her? I asked. Near Edgecombe, about 40 miles up channel, he said. I had spent a holiday at Edgecombe once, when I was 7. It was a big place, with a pier and donkeys. I remembered riding a donkey along the sands. How did they know it was her? After 2 months, how could they tell? I said. I wondered why he paused before each sentence, as though he weighed his words. Had he cared for her then? Had he minded so much? Maxim went up to Edgecombe to identify her, he said. Suddenly, I did not want to ask him any more. I felt sick at myself, sick and disgusted. I was like a curious sightseer, standing on the fringe of a crowd after someone had been knocked down. I was like a poor person in a tenement building when someone had died, asking if I might see the body. I hated myself. My questions had been degrading, shameful. Frank Crawley must despise me. It was a terrible time for all of you, I said rapidly. I don't suppose you like being reminded about it. I just wondered if there was anything one could do to the cottage, that's all. It seemed such a pity, all the furniture being spoiled by the damp. He did not say anything. I felt hot and uncomfortable. He must have sensed that it was not concern for the empty cottage that had prompted me to all these questions. And now he was silent because he was shocked at me. Ours had been a comfortable, steady sort of friendship. I had felt him an ally. Perhaps I had destroyed all this, and he would never feel the same about me again. What a long drive this is, I said. It always reminds me of the path in the forest in a Grimm's fairy tale, where the prince gets lost, you know. It's always longer than one expects, and the trees are so dark and close. Yes, it is rather exceptional, he said. I could tell, by his manner, that he was still on his guard, as though waiting for a further question from me. There was an awkwardness between us that could not be ignored. Something had to be done about it, even if it covered me with shame. Frank, I said desperately, I know what you are thinking. You can't understand why I asked all those questions just now. You think I'm morbid and curious, in a rather beastly way. It's not that, I promise you. It's only that sometimes I feel myself at such a disadvantage. It's all very strange to me, living here at Manderley. Not the sort of life I've been brought up to. When I go returning these calls, as I did this afternoon, I know people are looking me up and down, wondering what sort of success I'm going to make of it. I can imagine them saying, "What on earth does Maxim see in her?" And then, Frank, I begin to wonder myself, and I begin to doubt, and I have a fearful haunting feeling that I should never have married Maxim, that we are not going to be happy. You see, I know that all the time, whenever I meet anyone new, they are all thinking the same thing, how different she is to Rebecca. I stopped, breathless, already a little ashamed of my outburst, feeling that now, at any rate, I had burnt my boats for all time. He turned to me, looking very concerned and troubled. Mrs. De Winter, please don't think like that, he said. For my part, I can't tell you how delighted I am that you have married Maxim. It will make all the difference to his life. I am positive that you will make a great success of it. From my point of view, it's very refreshing and charming to find someone like yourself who is not entirely, he blushed, searching for a word, not entirely au fait, shall we say, with ways at Manderley. And if people around here give you the impression that they are criticizing you, it's most damnably offensive of them, that's all. I've never heard a word of criticism, and if I did, I should take great care that it was never uttered again. That's very sweet of you, Frank, I said, and what you say helps enormously. I dare say I've been very stupid. I'm not good at meeting people. I've never had to do it, and all the time I keep remembering how it must have been at Manderley before, when there was someone there who was born and bred to it, did it all naturally and without effort. And I realize every day that things I lack, confidence, grace, beauty, intelligence, wit, all the qualities that mean most in a woman, she possessed. It doesn't help, Frank. It doesn't help. He said nothing. He went on looking anxious and distressed. He pulled out his handkerchief and blew his nose. You must not say that, he said. Why not? It's true, I said. You have qualities that are just as important. Far more so, in fact. It's perhaps cheek of me to say so. I don't know you very well. I'm a bachelor. I don't know very much about women. I lead a quiet sort of life down here at Manderley, as you know. But I should say that kindness and sincerity and, if I may say so, modesty are worth far more to a man, to a husband, than all the wit and beauty in the world. He looked very agitated and blew his nose again. I saw that I had upset him far more than I had upset myself, and the realization of this calmed me and gave me a feeling of superiority. I wondered why he was making such a fuss. After all, I had not said very much. I had only confessed my sense of insecurity, following as I did upon Rebecca. And she must have had all these qualities that he presented to me as mine. She must have been kind and sincere, with all her friends, her boundless popularity. I was not sure what he meant by modesty. It was a word I had never understood. I always imagined it had something to do with minding meeting people in a passage on a way to the bathroom. Poor Frank, and Beatrice had called him a dull man, with never a word to say for himself. Well, I said, rather embarrassed. Well, I don't know about all that. I don't think I'm very kind, or particularly sincere. And as for being modest, I don't think I've ever had much of a chance to be anything else. It was not very modest, of course, being married hurriedly like that, down in Monte Carlo, and being alone there in that hotel beforehand. But perhaps you don't count that. My dear Mrs. De Winter, you don't think I imagined for one moment that your meeting down there was not entirely above board, he said in a low voice. No, of course not, I said gravely. Dear Frank, I think I had shocked him. What a Frankish expression, too, above board. It made one think immediately of the sort of things that would happen below board. I'm sure, he began, and hesitated, his expression still troubled. I'm sure that Maxim would be very worried, very distressed, if he knew how you felt. I don't think he could have any idea of it. You won't tell him? I said hastily. No, naturally not. What do you take me for? But you see, Mrs. De Winter, I know Maxim pretty well, and I've seen him through many moods. If he thought you were worrying about the past, It would distress him more than anything on earth. I can promise you that. He's looking very well, very fit. But Mrs. Lacey was quite right the other day, when she said he had been on the verge of a breakdown last year, though it was tactless of her to say so in front of him. That's why you are so good for him. You are fresh and young and sensible. You have nothing to do with all that time that has gone. Forget it, Mrs. De Winter. Forget it, as he has done, thank heaven, and the rest of us. We none of us want to bring back the past, Maxim least of all. And it's up to you, you know, to lead us away from it, not to take us back there again. He was right, of course, he was right. Dear good Frank, my friend, my ally. I had been selfish and hypersensitive, a martyr to my own inferiority complex. I ought to have told you all this before, I said. I wish you had, he said. I might have spared you some worry. I feel happier, I said, much happier. And I've got you for my friend, whatever happens, haven't I, Frank? Yes, indeed, he said. We were out of the dark wooded drive and into the light again. The rhododendrons were upon us. Their hour would soon be over. Already they looked a little overblown, a little faded. Next month the petals would fall, one by one, from the great faces, and the gardeners would come and sweep them away. Theirs was a brief beauty, not lasting very long. Frank, I said, before we put an end to this conversation, forever, let's say, will you promise to answer me one thing, quite truthfully? He paused, looking at me a little suspiciously. That's not quite fair, he said. You might ask me something that I should not be able to answer, something quite impossible. No, I said, it's not that sort of question. It's not intimate or personal or anything like that. Very well, I'll do my best, he said. We came round the sweep of the drive, and Manderley was before us, serene and peaceful in the hollow of the lawns, surprising me as it always did, with its perfect symmetry and grace, its great simplicity. The sunlight flickered on the mullioned windows, and there was a soft, rusted glow about the stone walls where the lichen clung. A thin column of smoke curled from the library chimney. I bit my thumbnail, watching Frank out of the tail of my eye. Tell me, I said, my voice casual, not caring a bit. Tell me, was Rebecca very beautiful? Frank waited a moment. I could not see his face. He was looking away from me, towards the house. Yes, he said slowly. Yes, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw in my life. We went up the steps then to the hall, and I rang the bell for tea. Chapter 12. I did not see much of Mrs. Danvers. She kept very much to herself. She still rang the house telephone to the morning room every day and submitted the menu to me as a matter of form. But that was the limit of our intercourse. She had engaged a maid for me, Clarice, the daughter of somebody on the estate. A nice, quiet, well-mannered girl who, thank heaven, had never been in service before and had no alarming standards. I think she was the only person in the house who stood in awe of me. To her, I was the mistress. I was Mrs. De Winter. The possible gossip of the others could not affect her. She had been away for some time, brought up by an aunt 15 miles away, and in a sense, she was as new to Manderley as I was. I felt at ease with her. I did not mind saying, "Oh, Clarice, would you mend my stocking?" The housemaid Alice had been so superior. I used to sneak my chemise and nightgowns out of my drawer and mend them myself rather than ask her to do them. I had seen her once, with one of my chemises over her arm, examining the plain material with its small edging of lace. I shall never forget her expression. She looked almost shocked, as though her own personal pride had received a blow. I had never thought about my underclothes before. As long as they were clean and neat, I had not thought the material or the existence of lace mattered. Brides one read about had trousseau, dozens of sets at a time, and I had never bothered. Alice's face taught me a lesson. I wrote quickly to a shop in London and asked for a catalogue of underlinen. By the time I had made my choice, Alice was looking after me no longer, and Clarice was installed instead. It seemed such a waste, buying new underclothes for Clarice, that I put the catalogue away and never wrote to the shop after all. I often wondered whether Alice told the others, and if my underclothes became a topic of conversation in the servants' hall, something rather dreadful, to be discussed in low tones when the men were nowhere about. She was too superior for it to be made a joking question. Phrases like, chemise to you, would never be bandied between her and Frith, for instance. No, my underclothes were more serious than that. More like a divorce case heard in camera. At any rate, I was glad when Alice surrendered me to Clarice. Clarice would never know real lace from false. It was considerate of Mrs. Danvers to have engaged her. She must have thought we would be fit company, one for the other. Now that I knew the reason for Mrs. Danvers' dislike and resentment, it made things a little easier. I knew it was not just me personally she hated, but what I represented. She would have felt the same towards anyone who had taken Rebecca's place. At least, that was what I understood from Beatrice the day she came to lunch. "Did you not know?" she had said. She simply adored Rebecca. The words had shocked me at the time. Somehow I had not expected them. But when I thought it over, I began to lose my first fear of Mrs. Danvers. I began to feel sorry for her. I could imagine what she must feel. It must hurt her every time she heard me called Mrs. De Winter. Every morning, when she took up the house telephone and spoke to me, and I answered, "Yes, Mrs. Danvers," she must be thinking of another voice. When she passed through the rooms and saw traces of me about the place, a beret on a window seat, a bag of knitting on a chair, she must think of another one who had done these things before me, even as I did. I, who had never known Rebecca. Mrs. Danvers knew how she walked and how she spoke. Mrs. Danvers knew the color of her eyes, her smile, the texture of her hair. I knew none of these things. I had never asked about them. But sometimes I felt Rebecca was as real to me as she was to Mrs. Danvers. Frank had told me to forget the past, and I wanted to forget it. But Frank did not have to sit in the morning room as I did every day and touch the pin she had held between her fingers. He did not have to rest his hands on the blotter and stare in front of him at her writing on the pigeonholes. He did not have to look at the candlesticks on the mantelpiece, the clock, the vase in which the flowers stood, the pictures on the walls, and remember every day that they belonged to her. She had chosen them. They were not mine at all. Frank did not have to sit at her place in the dining room, hold the knife and fork that she had held, drink from her glass. He did not throw a coat over his shoulders, which had been hers, nor find her handkerchief in the pocket. He did not notice every day, as I did, the blind gaze of the old dog in its basket in the library, who lifted its head when it heard my footstep, the footstep of a woman, and sniffing the air, drooped its head again. because I was not the one she sought. Little things, meaningless and stupid in themselves, but they were there for me to see, for me to hear, for me to feel. Dear God, I did not want to think about Rebecca. I wanted to be happy, to make Maxim happy, and I wanted us to be together. There was no other wish in my heart but that. I could not help it if she came to me in thoughts, in dreams. I could not help it if I felt like a guest in Manderley, my home, walking where she had trodden, resting where she had lain. I was like a guest, biding my time, waiting for the return of the hostess. Little sentences, little reproofs reminding me every hour, every day. "Frith," I said, coming into the library on a summer morning, my arms full of lilac. "Frith, where can I find a tall vase for these? They are all too small in the flower room." The white alabaster vase in the drawing room was always used for the lilac, madam. "Oh, wouldn't it be spoiled? It might get broken." Mrs. De Winter always used the alabaster vase, madam. Oh, I see. Then the alabaster vase was brought for me, already filled with water, and as I put the sweet lilac in the vase and arranged the sprigs one by one, the mauve warm scent filling the room, mingling with the smell of the new-mown lawn outside, coming from the open window, I thought, Rebecca did this. She took the lilac, as I am doing, and put the sprigs one by one in the white vase. I am not the first to do it. This is Rebecca's vase. This is Rebecca's lilac. She must have wandered out into the garden as I did, in that floppy garden hat that I had seen once at the back of the cupboard in the flower room, hidden under some old cushions, and crossed the lawn to the lilac bushes, whistling perhaps, humming a tune, calling to the dogs to follow her, carrying in her hands the scissors that I carried now. "Frith, could you move that bookstand from the table in the window, and I will put the lilac there?" Mrs. De Winter always had the alabaster vase on the table behind the sofa, madam. "Oh, well," I hesitated, the vase in my hands, Frith's face impassive. He would obey me, of course, if I said I preferred to put the vase on the smaller table by the window. He would move the bookstand at once. "All right," I said. "Perhaps it would look better on the larger table." And the alabaster vase stood, as it had always done, on the table behind the sofa. Beatrice remembered her promise of a wedding present. A large parcel arrived one morning, almost too large for Robert to carry. I was sitting in the morning room, having just read the menu for the day. I have always had a childish love of parcels. I snipped the string excitedly and tore off the dark brown paper. It looked like books. I was right. It was books. 4 big volumes, a history of painting, and a sheet of notepaper in the first volume saying, "I hope this is the sort of thing you like," and signed, "Love from Beatrice." I could see her going into the shop in Wigmore Street and buying them, looking about her in her abrupt, rather masculine way. "I want a set of books for someone who is keen on art," she would say, and the attendant would answer, "Yes, madam, will you come this way?" She would finger the volumes a little suspiciously. "Yes, that's about the price. It's for a wedding present. I want them to look good. Are these all about art?" "Yes, this is a standard work on the subject," the assistant would say, and then Beatrice must have written her note and paid her check and given the address, Mrs. De Winter, Manderley. It was nice of Beatrice. There was something rather sincere and pathetic about her going off to a shop in London and buying me these books because she knew I was fond of painting. She imagined me, I expect, sitting down on a wet day and looking solemnly at the illustrations, and perhaps getting a sheet of drawing paper and a paint box and copying one of the pictures. Dear Beatrice, I had a sudden, stupid desire to cry. I gathered up the heavy volumes and looked round the morning room for somewhere to put them. They were out of place in that fragile, delicate room. Never mind, it was my room now, after all. I arranged them in a row on the top of the desk. They swayed dangerously, leaning one against the other. I stood back a bit to watch the effect. Perhaps I moved too quickly, and it disturbed them. At any rate, the foremost one fell, and the others slid after him. They upset a little china Cupid who had hitherto stood alone on the desk, except for the candlesticks. He fell to the ground, hitting the wastepaper basket as he did so, and broke into fragments. I glanced hurriedly at the door, like a guilty child. I knelt on the floor and swept up the pieces into my hand. I found an envelope to put them in. I hid the envelope at the back of one of the drawers in the desk. Then I took the books off to the library and found room for them on the shelves. Maxim laughed when I showed them to him with pride. "Dear old Bee," he said. "You must have had success with her. She never opens a book if she can help it." "Did she say anything about, well, what she thought of me?" I asked. "The day she came to lunch? No, I don't think so." "I thought she might have written or something." "Beatrice and I don't correspond, unless there's a major event in the family. Writing letters is a waste of time," said Maxim. I supposed I was not a major event. Yet if I had been Beatrice, and had a brother, and the brother married, surely one would have said something, expressed an opinion, written 2 words, unless, of course, one had taken a dislike to the wife, or thought her unsuitable. Then, of course, it would be different. Still, Beatrice had taken the trouble to go up to London and to buy the books for me. She would not have done that if she disliked me. It was the following day, I remember, when Frith, who had brought in the coffee after lunch to the library, waited a moment, hovering behind Maxim, and said, "Could I speak to you, sir?" Maxim glanced up from his paper. "Yes, Frith, what is it?" he said, rather surprised. Frith wore a stiff, solemn expression, his lips pursed. I thought at once his wife had died. "It's about Robert, sir. There has been a slight unpleasantness between him and Mrs. Danvers. Robert is very upset." "Oh, Lord," said Maxim, making a face at me. I bent down to fondle Jasper, my unfailing habit in moments of embarrassment. "Yes, sir. It appears Mrs. Danvers has accused Robert of secreting a valuable ornament from the morning room. It is Robert's business to bring in the fresh flowers to the morning room and place the vases. Mrs. Danvers went in this morning, after the flowers had been done, and noticed one of the ornaments was missing. It was there yesterday, she said. She accused Robert of either taking the ornament or breaking it and concealing the breakage. Robert denied both accusations most emphatically, and came to me nearly in tears, sir. You may have noticed he was not himself at lunch. I wondered why he handed me the cutlets without giving me a plate," murmured Maxim. "I did not know Robert was so sensitive. Well, I suppose someone else did it, one of the maids." "No, sir. Mrs. Danvers went into the room before the girl had done the room. Nobody had been there since Madam yesterday, and Robert first thing with the flowers. It makes it very unpleasant for Robert and myself, sir." "Yes, of course it does. Well, you had better ask Mrs. Danvers to come here, and we'll get to the bottom of it. What ornament was it, anyway?" "The china Cupid, sir, that stands on the writing table." Oh, Lord. That's one of our treasures, isn't it? It will have to be found. Get hold of Mrs. Danvers at once." "Very good, sir." Frith left the room, and we were alone again. "What a confounded nuisance," said Maxim. "That Cupid is worth a hell of a lot. How I loathe servants' rows, too. I wonder why they come to me about it. That's your job, sweetheart." I looked up from Jasper, my face red as fire. "Darling," I said. "I meant to tell you before, but I forgot. The fact is, I broke that Cupid when I was in the morning room yesterday." "You broke it? Well, why the devil didn't you say so when Frith was here?" "I don't know. I didn't like to. I was afraid he would think me a fool." "He'll think you much more of a fool now. You'll have to explain to him and Mrs. Danvers." "Oh no, please, Maxim, you tell them. Let me go upstairs." "Don't be a little idiot. Anyone would think you were afraid of them." "I am afraid of them. At least, not afraid. But—" The door opened, and Frith ushered Mrs. Danvers into the room. I looked nervously at Maxim. He shrugged his shoulders, half amused, half angry. "It's all a mistake, Mrs. Danvers. Apparently Mrs. De Winter broke the Cupid herself and forgot to say anything," said Maxim. They all looked at me. It was like being a child again. I was still aware of my guilty flesh. "I'm so sorry," I said, watching Mrs. Danvers. "I never thought Robert would get into trouble." "Is it possible to repair the ornament, madam?" said Mrs. Danvers. She did not seem to be surprised that I was the culprit. She looked at me with her white skull's face and her dark eyes. I felt she had known it was me all along and had accused Robert to see if I would have the courage to confess. "I'm afraid not," I said. "It's smashed in little pieces." "What did you do with the pieces?" said Maxim. It was like being a prisoner, giving evidence. How paltry and mean my actions sounded, even to myself. "I put them all into an envelope," I said. "Well, what did you do with the envelope?" said Maxim, lighting a cigarette, his tone a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "I put it at the back of one of the drawers in the writing desk," I said. "It looks as though Mrs. De Winter thought you would put her in prison, doesn't it, Mrs. Danvers?" said Maxim. "Perhaps you would find the envelope and send the pieces up to London. If they are too far gone to mend, it can't be helped. All right, Frith. Tell Robert to dry his tears." Mrs. Danvers lingered when Frith had gone. "I will apologize to Robert, of course," she said. But the evidence pointed so strongly to him. It did not occur to me that Mrs. De Winter had broken the ornament herself. Perhaps, if such a thing should happen again, Mrs. De Winter will tell me personally, and I will have the matter attended to. It would save everybody a lot of unpleasantness. "Naturally," said Maxim impatiently. "I can't think why she didn't do so yesterday. I was just going to tell her when you came into the room." "Perhaps Mrs. De Winter was not aware of the value of the ornament," said Mrs. Danvers, turning her eyes upon me. "Yes," I said wretchedly. "Yes, I was afraid it was valuable. That's why I swept the pieces up so carefully." "And hid them at the back of a drawer, where no one would find them, eh?" said Maxim, with a laugh and a shrug of the shoulders. "Is not that the sort of thing the between-maid is supposed to do, Mrs. Danvers?" "The between-maid at Manderley would never be allowed to touch the valuable things in the morning room, sir," said Mrs. Danvers. "No, I can't see you letting her," said Maxim. "It's very unfortunate," said Mrs. Danvers. "I don't think we have ever had any breakages in the morning room before. We were always so particular. I've done the dusting in there myself since last year. There was no one I could trust. When Mrs. De Winter was alive, we used to do the valuables together." "Yes, well, it can't be helped," said Maxim. "All right, Mrs. Danvers." She went out of the room, and I sat on the window seat, looking out of the window. Maxim picked up his paper again. Neither of us spoke. "I'm awfully sorry, darling," I said, after a moment. "It was very careless of me. I can't think how it happened. I was just arranging those books on the desk to see if they would stand, and the Cupid slipped." "My sweet child, forget it. What does it matter?" "It does matter. I ought to have been more careful. Mrs. Danvers must be furious with me." "What the devil has she got to be furious about? It's not her bit of china." "No, but she takes such a pride in it all. It's so awful to think nothing in there has ever been broken before. It had to be me." "Better you than the luckless Robert." "I wish it had been Robert. Mrs. Danvers will never forgive me." "Damn Mrs. Danvers," said Maxim. "She's not God Almighty, is she? I can't understand you. What do you mean by saying you are afraid of her?" "I did not mean afraid exactly. I don't see much of her. It's not that. I can't really explain." "You do such extraordinary things," said Maxim. "Fancy not getting hold of her when you broke the thing and saying, 'Here, Mrs. Danvers, get this mended.' She'd understand that. Instead of which you scrape up the remains in an envelope and hide 'em at the back of a drawer, just like a between maid, as I said, and not the mistress of a house." "I am like a between maid," I said slowly. "I know I am, in lots of ways. That's why I have so much in common with Clarice. We are on the same sort of footing, and that's why she likes me. I went and saw her mother the other day. Do you know what she said? I asked her if she thought Clarice was happy with us, and she said, 'Oh yes, Mrs. De Winter, Clarice seems quite happy.' She says, 'It's not like being with a lady, Mum. It's like being with one of ourselves.' Do you suppose she meant it as a compliment or not?" "God knows," said Maxim. "Remembering Clarice's mother, I should take it as a direct insult. Her cottage is generally a shambles and smells of boiled cabbage. At one time she had 9 children under 11, and she herself used to patter about in that patch of garden with no shoes and a stocking round her head. We nearly gave her notice to quit. Why Clarice looks as neat and clean as she does, I can't imagine." "She's been living with an aunt," I said, feeling rather subdued. "I know my flannel skirt has a dirty mark down the front, but I've never walked barefoot with a stocking round my head." I knew now why Clarice did not disdain my underclothes as Alice had done. "Perhaps that's why I prefer calling on Clarice's mother to calling on people like the bishop's wife," I went on. "The bishop's wife never said I was like one of themselves." "If you wear that grubby skirt when you call on her, I don't suppose she does," said Maxim. "Of course I didn't call on her in my old skirt. I wore a frock," I said. "And anyway, I don't think much of people who just judge one by one's clothes." "I hardly think the bishop's wife cares 2 pence about clothes," said Maxim. "But she may have been rather surprised if you sat on the extreme edge of the chair and answered yes and no, like someone after a new job, which you did the only time we returned a call together." "I can't help being shy." "I know you can't, sweetheart, but you don't make an effort to conquer it." "I think that's very unfair," I said. "I try every day. Every time I go out or meet anyone new, I'm always making efforts. You don't understand. It's all very well for you. You're used to that sort of thing. I have not been brought up to it." "Rot," said Maxim. "It's not a question of bringing up, as you put it. It's a matter of application. You don't think I like calling on people, do you? It bores me stiff, but it has to be done in this part of the world." We're not talking about boredom, I said. There's nothing to be afraid of in being bored. If I was just bored, it would be different. I hate people looking me up and down as though I were a prize cow. Who looks you up and down? All the people down here, everybody. What does it matter if they do? It gives them some interest in life. Why must I be the one to supply the interest and have all the criticism? Because life at Manderley is the only thing that ever interests anybody down here. What a slap in the eye I must be to them then. Maxim did not answer. He went on looking at his paper. What a slap in the eye I must be to them, I repeated. And then, I suppose that's why you married me, I said. You knew I was dull and quiet and inexperienced, so that there would never be any gossip about me. Maxim threw his paper on the ground and got up from his chair. What do you mean? He said. His face was dark and queer, and his voice was rough, not his voice at all. I don't know, I said, leaning back against the window. I don't mean anything. Why do you look like that? What do you know about any gossip down here? He said. I don't, I said, scared by the way he looked at me. I only said it because of something to say. Don't look at me like that. Maxim, what have I said? What's the matter? Who's been talking to you? He said slowly. No one at all. Why did you say what you did? I tell you, I don't know. It just came to my head. I was angry, cross. I do hate calling on these people. I can't help it. And you criticized me for being shy. I didn't mean it. Really, Maxim, I didn't. Please believe me. It was not a particularly attractive thing to say, was it? He said. No, I said. No, it was rude, hateful. He stared at me, moodily, his hands in his pockets, rocking backwards and forwards on his heels. I wonder if I did a very selfish thing in marrying you, he said. He spoke slowly, thoughtfully. I felt very cold, rather sick. How do you mean? I said. I'm not much of a companion to you, am I? He said. There are too many years between us. You ought to have waited, and then married a boy of your own age. Not someone like myself, with half his life behind him. That's ridiculous, I said hurriedly. You know age doesn't mean anything in marriage. Of course we are companions. Are we? I don't know, he said. I knelt, up on the window seat, and put my arms round his shoulders. Why do you say these things to me? I said. You know I love you more than anything in the world. There has never been anyone but you. You are my father and my brother and my son, all those things. It was my fault, he said, not listening. I rushed you into it. I never gave you a chance to think it over. I did not want to think it over, I said. There was no other choice. You don't understand, Maxim. When one loves a person... Are you happy here? He said, looking away from me, out of the window. I wonder sometimes. You've got thinner, lost your color. Of course I'm happy, I said. I love Manderley. I love the garden. I love everything. I don't mind calling on people. I just said it to be tiresome. I'll call on people every day if you want me to. I don't mind what I do. I've never for one moment regretted marrying you. Surely you must know that. He patted my cheek in his terrible absent way and bent down and kissed the top of my head. Poor lamb. You don't have much fun, do you? I'm afraid I'm very difficult to live with. You're not difficult, I said eagerly. You are easy, very easy. Much easier than I thought you would be. I used to think it would be dreadful to be married, that one's husband would drink, or use awful language, or grumble if the toast was soft at breakfast, and be rather unattractive altogether. Smell, possibly. You don't do any of those things. Good God, I hope not, said Maxim, and he smiled. I seized advantage of his smile. I smiled too, and took his hands and kissed them. How absurd to say we are not companions, I said. Why, look how we sit here every evening, you with a book or a paper, and me with my knitting. Just like cups of tea, just like old people, married for years and years. Of course we are companions. Of course we are happy. You talk as though you thought we had made a mistake. You don't mean it like that, do you, Maxim? You know our marriage is a success. A wonderful success. If you say so, then it's all right, he said. No, but you think it too, don't you, darling? It's not just me? We are happy, aren't we? Terribly happy? He did not answer. He went on staring out of the window while I held his hands. My throat felt dry and tight, and my eyes were burning. Oh God, I thought, this is like two people in a play. In a moment the curtain will come down. We shall bow to the audience and go off to our dressing rooms. This can't be a real moment in the lives of Maxim and myself. I sat down on the window seat and let go of his hands. I heard myself speaking in a hard, cool voice. If you don't think we are happy, it would be much better if you would admit it. I don't want you to pretend anything. I'd much rather go away, not live with you any more. It was not really happening, of course. It was the girl in the play talking, not me to Maxim. I pictured the type of girl who would play the part. Tall and slim, rather nervy. Well, why don't you answer me? I said. He took my face in his hands and looked at me, just as he had before, when Frith had come into the room with tea the day we went to the beach. How can I answer you? He said. I don't know the answer myself. If you say we are happy, let's leave it at that. It's something I know nothing about. I take your word for it. We are happy. All right then, that's agreed. He kissed me again, and then walked away across the room. I went on sitting by the window, stiff and straight, my hands in my lap. You say all this because you are disappointed in me, I said. I'm gauche and awkward. I dress badly. I'm shy with people. I warned you in Monte Carlo how it would be. You think I'm not right for Manderley. Don't talk nonsense, he said. I've never said you dressed badly, or were gauche. It's your imagination. As for you being shy, you'll get over that. I've told you so before. We've argued in a circle, I said. We've come right back to where we started. This all began because I broke the Cupid in the morning room. If I hadn't broke the Cupid, none of this would have happened. We'd have drunk our coffee and gone out into the garden. Oh, damn that infernal Cupid, said Maxim wearily. Do you really think I care whether it's in 10,000 pieces or not? Was it very valuable? Heaven knows. I suppose so. I've really forgotten. Are all those things in the morning room valuable? Yes, I believe so. Why were all the most valuable things put in the morning room? I don't know. I suppose because they looked well there. Were they always there, when your mother was alive? No, I don't think they were. They were scattered about the house. The chairs were in a lumber room, I believe. When was the morning room furnished, as it is now? When I was married. I suppose the Cupid was put there then? I suppose so. Was that found in a lumber room? No. No, I don't think it was. As a matter of fact, I believe it was a wedding present. Rebecca knew a lot about China. I did not look at him. I began to polish my nails. He had said the word quite naturally, quite calmly. It had been no effort to him. After a minute, I glanced at him swiftly. He was standing by the mantelpiece, his hands in his pockets. He was staring straight in front of him. He is thinking about Rebecca, I said to myself. He is thinking how strange it was that a wedding present to me should have been the cause of destroying a wedding present to Rebecca. He is thinking about the Cupid. He is remembering who gave it to Rebecca. He is going over in his mind how the parcel came and how pleased she was. Rebecca knew a lot about China. Perhaps he came into the room, and she was kneeling on the floor, wrenching open the little crate in which the Cupid was packed. She must have glanced up at him and smiled. "Look, Max," she would have said. "Look what we've been sent." And then she would have plunged her hand down into the shavings and brought out the Cupid who stood on one foot, his bow in his hand. "We'll have it in the morning room," she must have said. And he must have knelt down beside her, and they must have looked at the Cupid together. I went on polishing my nails. They were scrubby, like a schoolboy's nails. The cuticles grew up over the half-moons. The thumb was bit nearly to the quick. I looked at Maxim again. He was still standing in front of the fireplace. "What are you thinking about?" I said. My voice was steady and cool, not like my heart thumping inside me, not like my mind, bitter and resentful. He lit a cigarette, surely the 25th that day, and we had only just finished lunch. He threw the match into the empty grate. He picked up the paper. "Nothing very much, why?" he said. "Oh, I don't know," I said. "You look so serious, so far away." He whistled a tune absently, the cigarette twisting in his fingers. "As a matter of fact, I was wondering if they had chosen the Surrey side to play Middlesex at the Oval," he said. He sat down in the chair again and folded the paper. I looked out of the window. Presently Jasper came to me and climbed on my lap. Chapter 13. Maxim had to go up to London at the end of June to some public dinner, a man's dinner, something to do with the county. He was away for 2 days, and I was left alone. I dreaded his going. When I saw the car disappear round the sweep in the drive, I felt exactly as though it were to be a final parting, and I should never see him again. There would be an accident, of course, and later on in the afternoon, when I came back from my walk, I should find Frith, white and frightened, waiting for me with a message. The doctor would have rung up from some cottage hospital. "You must be very brave," he would say. "I'm afraid you must be prepared for a great shock." And Frank would come, and we would go to the hospital together. Maxim would not recognize me. I went through the whole thing. As I was sitting at lunch, I could see the crowd of local people clustering round the churchyard at the funeral, and myself leaning on Frank's arm. It was so real to me that I could scarcely eat any lunch, and I kept straining my ears to hear the telephone should it ring. I sat out in the garden under the chestnut tree in the afternoon, with a book on my lap, but I scarcely read at all. When I saw Robert come across the lawn, I knew it was the telephone, and I felt physically sick. "A message from the club, madam, to say Mr. De Winter arrived 10 minutes ago." I shut up my book. "Thank you, Robert." How quickly he got up. "Yes, madam, a very good run." Did he ask to speak to me, or leave any special message? No, madam, just that he arrived safely. It was the porter speaking. All right, Robert. Thanks very much. The relief was tremendous. I did not feel sick anymore. The pain had gone. It was like coming ashore after a channel crossing. I began to feel rather hungry. And when Robert had gone back into the house, I crept into the dining room, through the long window, and stole some biscuits from the sideboard. I had 6 of them, Bath Olivers, and then an apple as well. I had no idea I was so empty. I went and ate them in the woods, in case one of the servants should see me on the lawn from the windows, and tell the cook that they did not think Mrs. De Winter cared for the food prepared in the kitchen, as they had just seen her filling herself up with fruit and biscuits. The cook would be offended, and perhaps go to Mrs. Danvers. Now that Maxim was safe in London, and I had eaten my biscuits, I felt very well and curiously happy. I was aware of a sense of freedom, as though I had no responsibilities at all. It was rather like a Saturday when one was a child. No lessons and no prep. One could do as one liked. One put on an old skirt and a pair of sand shoes and played hares and hounds on the common with the children who lived next door. I had just the same feeling. I had not felt like this all the time I had been at Manderley. It must be because Maxim had gone to London. I was rather shocked at myself. I could not understand it at all. I had not wanted him to go. And now, this lightness of heart, this spring in my step, this childish feeling that I wanted to run across the lawn and roll down the bank. I wiped the biscuit crumbs from my mouth and called to Jasper. Perhaps I was just feeling like this because it was a lovely day. We went through the happy valley to the little cove. The azaleas were finished now. The petals lay brown and crinkled on the moss. The bluebells had not faded yet. They made a solid carpet in the woods above the valley. And the young bracken was shooting up, curling and green. The moss smelt rich and deep, and the bluebells were earthly, bitter. I lay down in the long grass, beside the bluebells, with my hands behind my head, and Jasper at my side. He looked down at me panting, his face foolish, saliva dripping from his tongue and his heavy jowl. There were pigeons somewhere in the trees above. It was very peaceful and quiet. I wondered why it was that places are so much lovelier when one is alone. How commonplace and stupid it would be if I had a friend now, sitting beside me, someone I had known at school, who would say, "By the way, I saw old Hilda the other day. You remember her. The one who was so good at tennis. She's married with 2 children." And the bluebells beside us unnoticed, and the pigeons overhead unheard. I did not want anyone with me, not even Maxim. If Maxim had been there, I should not be lying as I was now, chewing a piece of grass, my eyes shut. I should have been watching him, watching his eyes, his expression, wondering if he liked it, if he was bored, wondering what he was thinking. Now I could relax. None of these things mattered. Maxim was in London. How lovely it was to be alone again. No, I did not mean that. It was disloyal, wicked. It's not what I meant. Maxim was my life and my world. I got up from the bluebells and called sharply to Jasper. We set off together down the valley to the beach. The tide was out, the sea very calm and remote. It looked like a great placid lake out there in the bay. I could not imagine it rough now, any more than I could imagine winter and summer. There was no wind, and the sun shone on the lapping water where it ran into the little pools in the rocks. Jasper scrambled up the rocks immediately, glancing back at me, one ear blown back against his head, giving him an odd, rakish appearance. "Not that way, Jasper," I said. He cared nothing for me, of course. He loped off, deliberately disobedient. "What a nuisance he is," I said aloud, and I scrambled up the rocks after him, pretending to myself I did not want to go to the other beach. Oh well, I thought. It can't be helped. After all, Maxim is not with me. It's nothing to do with me. I splashed through the pools on the rocks, humming a tune. The cove looked different when the tide was out, less formidable. There was only about 3 foot of water in the tiny harbor. A boat would just float there comfortably, I supposed, at dead low water. The buoy was still there. It was painted white and green. I had not noticed that before. Perhaps because it had been raining, the coloring was indistinct. There was no one on the beach. I walked across the shingle to the other side of the cove and climbed the low stone wall of the jetty arm. Jasper ran on ahead as though it was his custom. There was a ring in the wall and an iron ladder descending to the water. That's where the dinghy would be tied, I supposed, and one would climb to it from the ladder. The buoy was just opposite, about 30 feet away. There was something written on it. I craned my neck sideways to read the lettering. Je reviens. What a funny name, not like a boat. Perhaps it had been a French boat, though, a fishing boat. Fishing boats sometimes had names like that. Happy Return, or I'm Here, those sort of names. Je reviens. I come back. Yes, I suppose it was quite a good name for a boat. Only, it had not been right for that particular boat, which would never come back again. It must be cold, sailing out there in the bay, beyond the beacon, away from the headland. The sea was calm in the bay, but even today, when it was so still, out there round the headland, there was a ripple of white foam on the surface of the water where the tide was racing. A small boat would heel to the wind when she rounded the headland and came out of the landlocked bay. The sea would splash inboard, perhaps, run down the deck. The person at the tiller would wipe spray out of her eyes and hair, glance up at the straining mast. I wondered what color the boat had been. Green and white, perhaps, like the buoy. Not very big, Frank had said, with a little cabin. Jasper was sniffing at the iron ladder. "Come away," I said. "I don't want to go in after you." I went back along the harbor wall to the beach. The cottage did not seem so remote and sinister at the edge of the wood as it had done before. The sun made such a difference. No rain today, pattering on the roof. I walked slowly up the beach towards it. After all, it was only a cottage, with nobody living in it. There was nothing to be frightened of. Nothing at all. Any place seemed damp and sinister when it had been uninhabited for a certain time. Even new bungalows and places. Besides, they had moonlight picnics and things here. Weekend visitors probably used to come and bathe, and then go for a sail in the boat. I stood looking into the neglected garden, choked with nettles. Someone ought to come and tidy it up. One of the gardeners. There was no need to leave it like this. I pushed the little gate and went to the door of the cottage. It was not entirely closed. I was certain I had closed it the last time. Jasper began growling, sniffing under the door. "Don't, Jasper," I said. He went on, sniffing deeply, his nose thrust to the crack. I pushed the door open and looked inside. It was very dark, like it had been before. Nothing was changed. The cobwebs still clung to the rigging of the model boats. The door into the boat store at the end of the room was open, though. Jasper growled again, and there was a sound of something falling. Jasper barked furiously, and darting between my legs into the room, he tore to the open door of the store. I followed him, heart beating, and then stood uncertainly in the middle of the room. "Jasper, come back! Don't be a fool," I said. He stood in the doorway, still barking furiously, an hysterical note in his voice. Something was there then, inside the store. Not a rat. He would have gone for a rat. "Jasper! Jasper, come here," I said. He would not come. I went slowly to the door of the store. "Is there anybody there?" I said. No one answered. I bent down to Jasper, putting my hand on his collar, and looked round the edge of the door. Someone was sitting in the corner against the wall. Someone who, from his crouching position, was even more frightened than me. It was Ben. He was trying to hide behind one of the sails. "What is the matter? Do you want something?" I said. He blinked at me stupidly, his mouth slightly open. "I'm not doing nothing," he said. "Quiet, Jasper," I scolded, putting my hand over his muzzle, and I took my belt off and ran it through his collar as a leash. "What do you want, Ben?" I said, a little bolder this time. He did not answer. He watched me with his sly idiot's eyes. "I think you had better come out," I said. "Mr. De Winter doesn't like people walking in and out of here." He shambled to his feet, grinning furtively, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. The other hand he kept behind his back. "What have you got, Ben?" I said. He obeyed me like a child, showing me the other hand. There was a fishing line in it. "I'm not doing anything," he repeated. "Does that line belong here?" I asked. "Eh?" he said. "Listen, Ben," I said. "You can take that line if you want to, but you mustn't do it again. It's not honest, taking people's things." He said nothing. He blinked at me and wriggled. "Come along," I said firmly. I went into the main room, and he followed me. Jasper had stopped barking and was now sniffing at Ben's heels. I did not want to stop any longer in the cottage. I walked quickly out into the sunshine, Ben shuffling behind me. Then I shut the door. "You had better go home," I said to Ben. He held the fishing line, clutched to his heart like a treasure. "You won't put me to the asylum, will you?" he said. I saw then that he was trembling with fright. His hands were shaking, and his eyes were fixed on mine in supplication, like a dumb thing. "Of course not," I said gently. "I done nothing," he repeated. "I never told no one. I don't want to be put to the asylum." A tear rolled down his dirty face. "That's all right, Ben," I said. "No one will put you away. But you must not go to the cottage again." I turned away, and he came after me, pawing at my hand. "Here," he said. "Here, I got something for you." He smiled foolishly. He beckoned with his finger and turned towards the beach. I went with him, and he bent down and picked up a flat stone by a rock. There was a little heap of shells under the stone. He chose one and presented it to me. "That's yourn," he said. "Thank you. It's very pretty," I said. He grinned again, rubbing his ear, his fright forgotten. "You've got angel's eyes," he said. I glanced down at the shell again, rather taken aback. I did not know what to say.
"You're not like the other one," he said.
"Who do you mean?" I said. "What other one?" He shook his head. His eyes were sly again. He laid his finger against his nose.
"Tall and dark she was," he said. "She gave you the feeling of a snake. I seen her here, with me own eyes. Be night she'd come. I seen her."
He paused, watching me intently. I did not say anything.
"I looked in on her once,"
he said.
"and she turned on me, she did. 'You don't know me, do you?' she said. 'You've never seen me here and you won't again. If I catch you looking at me through the windows here, I'll have you put to the asylum,' she said. 'You wouldn't like that, would you? They're cruel to people in the asylum,' she said. 'I won't say nothing, ma'am,' I said. And I touched me cap, like this here."
He pulled at his sou'wester.
"She's gone now, ain't she?"
he said anxiously. "I don't know who you mean," I said slowly. "No one is going to put you in the asylum. Good afternoon, Ben." I turned away and walked up the beach to the path, dragging Jasper by his belt. Poor wretch. He was insane, of course. He did not know what he was talking about. It was hardly likely that anyone would threaten him with the asylum. Maxim had said he was quite harmless, and so had Frank. Perhaps he had heard himself discussed once amongst his own people, and the memory of it lingered, like an ugly picture in the mind of a child. He would have a child's mentality, too, regarding likes and dislikes. He would take a fancy to a person for no reason, and be friendly one day perhaps, and sullen the next. He had been friendly with me because I had said he could keep the fishing line. Tomorrow, if I met him, he might not know me. It was absurd to notice anything said by an idiot. I glanced back over my shoulder at the cove. The tide had begun to run and was swirling slowly round the arm of the harbor wall. Ben had disappeared over the rocks. The beach was deserted again. I could just see the stone chimney of the cottage through a gap in the dark trees. I had a sudden, unaccountable desire to run. I pulled at Jasper's leash and panted up the steep, narrow path through the woods, not looking back any more. Had I been offered all the treasures in the world, I could not have turned and gone down to the cottage or the beach again. It was as though someone waited down there, in the little garden where the nettles grew, someone who watched and listened. Jasper barked as we ran together. He thought it was some kind of new game. He kept trying to bite the belt and worry it. I had not realized how closely the trees grew together here, their roots stretching across the path like tendrils ready to trip one. They ought to clear all this, I thought, as I ran, catching my breath. Maxim should get the men onto it. There is no sense or beauty in this undergrowth. That tangle of shrubs there should be cut down to bring light to the path. It was dark, much too dark. That naked eucalyptus tree, stifled by brambles, looked like the white, bleached limb of a skeleton. And there was a black, earthy stream running beneath it, choked with the muddied rains of years, trickling silently to the beach below. The birds did not sing here as they did in the valley. It was quite different in a way, and even as I ran and panted up the path, I could hear the wash of the sea as the tide crept into the cove. I understood why Maxim disliked the path and the cove. I disliked it too. I had been a fool to come this way. I should have stayed on the other beach, on the white shingle, and come home by the happy valley. I was glad to come out onto the lawn and see the house there in the hollow, solid and secure. The woods were behind me. I would ask Robert to bring me my tea under the chestnut tree. I glanced at my watch. It was earlier than I thought, not yet 4. I would have to wait a bit. It was not the routine at Manderley to have tea before past. I was glad Frith was out. Robert would not make such a performance of bringing the tea into the garden. As I wandered across the lawn to the terrace, my eye was caught by a gleam of sunshine on something metal showing through the green of the rhododendron leaves at the turn in the drive. I shaded my eyes with my hand to see what it was. It looked like the radiator of a car. I wondered if someone had called. If they had, though, they would have driven up to the house, not left their car concealed like that from the house at the turn of the drive by the shrubs. I went a little closer. Yes, it was a car all right. I could see the wings now and the hood. What a funny thing. Visitors never did that as a rule, and the tradesman went round the back way by the old stables at the garage. It was not Frank's Morris. I knew that well. This was a long, low car, a sports car. I wondered what I had better do. If it was a caller, Robert would have shown them into the library or the drawing room. In the drawing room, they would be able to see me as I came across the lawn. I did not want to face a caller dressed like this. I should have to ask them to stay to tea. I hesitated at the edge of the lawn. For no reason, perhaps because the sunlight flickered a moment on the glass, I looked up at the house, and as I did so, I noticed with surprise that the shutters of one of the windows in the west wing had been opened up. Somebody stood by the window. A man. And then he must have caught sight of me, because he drew back abruptly, and a figure behind him put up an arm and closed the shutters. The arm belonged to Mrs. Danvers. I recognized the black sleeve. I wondered for a minute if it was a public day and she was showing the rooms. It could not be so, though, because Frith always did that, and Frith was out. Besides, the rooms in the west wing were not shown to the public. I had not even been into them myself yet. No, I knew it was not a public day. The public never came on a Tuesday. Perhaps it was something to do with a repair in one of the rooms. It was odd, though, the way the man had been looking out, and directly he saw me, he whipped back into the room, and the shutters were closed. And the car, too, drawn up behind the rhododendrons, so that it could not be seen from the house. Still, that was up to Mrs. Danvers. It was nothing to do with me. If she had friends she took to the west wing, it was not exactly my affair. I had never known it happen before, though. Odd that it should occur on the only day Maxim was from home. I strolled, rather self-consciously, across the lawn to the house, aware that they might be watching me still from a chink in the shutters. I went up the steps and through the big front door to the hall. There was no sign of a strange cap or stick, and no card on the salver. Evidently, this was not an official visitor. Well, it was not my affair. I went into the flower room and washed my hands in the basin to save going upstairs. It would be awkward if I met them face to face on the stairs or somewhere. I remembered I had left my knitting in the morning room before lunch, and I went along through the drawing room to fetch it, the faithful Jasper at my heels. The morning room door was open, and I noticed that my bag of knitting had been moved. I had left it on the divan, and it had been picked up and pushed behind a cushion. There was the imprint of a person on the fabric of the divan where my knitting had been before. Someone had sat down there recently. I picked up my knitting because it had been in the way. The chair by the desk had also been moved. It looked as though Mrs. Danvers entertained her visitors in the morning room when Maxim and I were out of the way. I felt rather uncomfortable. I would rather not know. Jasper was sniffing under the divan and wagging his tail. He was not suspicious of the visitor anyway. I took my bag of knitting and went out. As I did so, the door in the large drawing room that led to the stone passage and the back premises opened, and I heard voices. I darted back into the morning room again, just in time. I had not been seen. I waited behind the door, frowning at Jasper, who stood in the doorway looking at me, his tongue hanging out, wagging his tail. The little wretch would give me away. I stood very still, holding my breath. Then I heard Mrs. Danvers speak. "I expect she has gone to the library," she said. "She's come home early for some reason. If she has gone to the library, you will be able to go through the hall without her seeing you. Wait here while I go and see." I knew they were talking about me. I began to feel more uncomfortable than ever. It was so furtive, the whole business, and I did not want to catch Mrs. Danvers in the wrong. Then Jasper turned his head sharply towards the drawing room. He trotted out, wagging his tail. "Hello, you little tyke," I heard the man say. Jasper began to bark excitedly. I looked round desperately for somewhere to hide. Hopeless, of course. And then I heard a footstep quite close to my ear, and the man came into the room. He did not see me at first, because I was behind the door. But Jasper made a dive at me, still barking with delight. The man wheeled round suddenly and saw me. I have never seen anyone look more astonished. I might have been the burglar, and he the master of the house. "I beg your pardon," he said, looking me up and down. He was a big, hefty fellow, good-looking in a rather flashy, sunburnt way. He had the hot, blue eyes, usually associated with heavy drinking and loose living. His hair was reddish like his skin. In a few years, he would run to fat, his neck bulging over the back of his collar. His mouth gave him away. It was too soft, too pink. I could smell the whiskey in his breath from where I stood. He began to smile, the sort of smile he would give to every woman. "I hope I haven't startled you," he said. I came out from behind the door, looking no doubt as big a fool as I felt. "No, of course not," I said. "I heard voices. I was not quite sure who it was. I did not expect any callers this afternoon." "What a shame," he said heartily. "It's too bad of me to butt in on you like this. I hope you'll forgive me. The fact is, I just popped in to see old Danny. She's a very old friend of mine." "Oh, of course. It's quite all right," I said. "Dear old Danny," he said. "She's so anxious, bless her, not to disturb anyone. She didn't want to worry you." "Oh, it doesn't matter at all," I said. I was watching Jasper, who was jumping up and pawing at the man in delight. "This little beggar hasn't forgotten me, has he?" he said, grown into a jolly little beast. "He was quite a youngster when I saw him last. He's too fat, though. He needs exercise." "I've just taken him for a long walk," I said. "Have you really? How sporting of you," he said. He went on patting Jasper and smiling at me in a familiar way. Then he pulled out a cigarette case. "Have one?" he said. "I don't smoke," I told him. "Don't you really?" He took one himself and lighted it. I never minded those things, but it seemed odd to me, in somebody else's room. It was surely rather bad manners, not polite to me.
"How's old Max?"
he said. I was surprised at his tone. It sounded as though he knew him well. It was queer to hear Maxim talked of as Max. No one called him that. "He's very well, thank you," I said. "He's gone up to London."
"And left the bride all alone? Why, that's too bad. Isn't he afraid someone will come and carry you off?"
He laughed, opening his mouth. I did not like his laugh. There was something offensive about it. I did not like him either. Just then, Mrs. Danvers came into the room. She turned her eyes upon me, and I felt quite cold. Oh God, I thought, how she must hate me.
"Hello, Danny, there you are," said the man. "All your precautions were in vain. The mistress of the house was hiding behind the door."
And he laughed again. Mrs. Danvers did not say anything. She just went on looking at me.
"Well, aren't you going to introduce me?"
he said.
"After all, it's a usual thing to do, isn't it? To pay one's respect to a bride."
"This is Mr. Favell, madam," said Mrs. Danvers. She spoke quietly, rather unwillingly. I don't think she wanted to introduce him to me. "How do you do?" I said, and then, with an effort to be polite, "Won't you stay to tea?" He looked very amused. He turned to Mrs. Danvers.
"Now, isn't that a charming invitation?"
he said.
"I've been asked to stay to tea. By heaven, Danny, I've a good mind to."
I saw her flash a look of warning at him. I felt very uneasy. It was all wrong, the situation. It ought not to be happening at all.
"Well, perhaps you're right,"
he said.
"It would have been a lot of fun. All the same, I suppose I had better be going, hadn't I? Come and have a look at my car."
He still spoke in a familiar, rather offensive way. I did not want to go and look at his car. I felt very awkward and embarrassed.
"Come on,"
he said.
"It's a jolly good little car. Much faster than anything poor old Max ever has."
I could not think of an excuse. The whole business was so forced and stupid. I did not like it. And why did Mrs. Danvers have to stand there looking at me with that smoldering look in her eyes? "Where's the car?" I said, feebly.
"Round the bend in the drive. I didn't drive to the door. I was afraid of disturbing you. I had some idea you probably rested in the afternoon."
I said nothing. The lie was too obvious. We all walked out through the drawing room and into the hall. I saw him glance over his shoulder and wink at Mrs. Danvers. She did not wink in return. I hardly expected she would. She looked very hard and grim. Jasper frolicked out onto the drive. He seemed delighted with the sudden appearance of this visitor, whom he appeared to know so well.
"I left my cap in the car, I believe,"
said the man, pretending to glance round the hall.
"As a matter of fact, I didn't come in this way. I slipped around and bearded Danny in her den. Coming out to see the car too?"
He looked inquiringly at Mrs. Danvers. She hesitated, watching me out of the tail of her eye. "No," she said. "No, I don't think I'll come out now. Goodbye, Mr. Jack." He seized her hand and shook it heartily.
"Goodbye, Danny. Take care of yourself. You know where to get in touch with me always. It's done me a power of good to see you again."
He walked out onto the drive, Jasper dancing at his heels, and I followed him slowly, feeling very uncomfortable still.
"Dear old Manderley,"
he said, looking up at the windows.
"The place hasn't changed much. I suppose Danny sees to that. What a wonderful woman she is, eh?
Yes, she's very efficient, I said.
And what do you think of it all? Like being buried down here?
I'm very fond of Manderley, I said, stiffly.
Weren't you living somewhere down in the south of France when Max met you? Monty, wasn't it? I used to know Monty well.
Yes, I was in Monte Carlo, I said. We had come to his car now. A green sports thing, typical of its owner.
What do you think of it?
Very nice, I said, politely.
Come for a run to the lodge gates?
He said. No, I don't think I will, I said. I'm rather tired.
What, you don't think it would look too good for the mistress of Manderley to be seen driving with someone like me? Is that it?
He said, and he laughed, shaking his head at me. Oh, no, I said, turning rather red. No, really. He went on, looking me up and down, in his amused way, with those familiar, unpleasant blue eyes. I felt like a barmaid.
Oh, well,
he said.
We mustn't lead the bride astray, must we, Jasper? It wouldn't do at all.
He reached for his cap and an enormous pair of motoring gloves. He threw a cigarette away on the drive.
Goodbye,
he said, holding out his hand.
It's been a lot of fun meeting you.
Goodbye, I said.
By the way,
he said carelessly,
it would be very sporting and grand of you if you did not mention this little visit of mine to Max. He doesn't exactly approve of me, I'm afraid. I don't know why, and it might get poor old Danny into trouble.
No, I said awkwardly. No, all right.
That's very sporting of you. Sure you won't change your mind? Come for a run?
No, I don't think I will, if you don't mind.
Bye-bye then. Perhaps I'll come and look you up one day. Get down, Jasper, you devil. You'll scratch my paint. I say, I call it a damn shame, Max going up to London and leaving you alone like this.
I don't mind. I like being alone, I said.
Do you, by Jove? What an extraordinary thing. It's all wrong, you know, against nature. How long have you been married? 3 months, isn't it?
Yes, about that, I said.
I say, I wish I'd got a bride of 3 months waiting for me at home. I'm a poor, lonesome bachelor.
He laughed again and pulled his cap down over his eyes.
Fare you well,
he said, starting up the engine, and the car shot down the drive, snorting explosive fury from the exhaust, while Jasper stood looking after it, his ears drooping, his tail between his legs. Oh, come on, Jasper, I said. Don't be so idiotic. I walked slowly back to the house. Mrs. Danvers had disappeared. I stood in the hall and rang the bell. Nothing happened for about 5 minutes. I rang again. Presently Alice appeared, her face rather aggrieved. Yes, madam, she said. Oh, Alice, I said. Isn't Robert there? I rather fancied my tea under the chestnut tree. Robert went to the post this afternoon and isn't back yet, madam, said Alice. Mrs. Danvers gave him to understand you would be late for tea. Frith is out too, of course. If you want your tea now, I can get it for you. I don't think it's quite 4:30 yet. Oh, it doesn't matter, Alice. I'll wait till Robert comes back, I said. I supposed, when Maxim was away, things automatically became slack. I had never known Frith and Robert to be out at the same time. It was Frith's day, of course, and Mrs. Danvers had sent Robert to the post. And I myself was understood to have gone for a long walk. That man, Favell, had chosen his time well to pay his call on Mrs. Danvers. It was almost too well chosen. There was something not right about it. I was certain of that. And then, he had asked me not to say anything to Maxim. It was all very awkward. I did not want to get Mrs. Danvers into trouble or make any sort of scene. More important still, I did not want to worry Maxim. I wondered who he was, this man, Fauvel. He had called Maxim Max. No one ever called him Max. I had seen it written, once, on the flyleaf of a book, the letters thin and slanting, curiously pointed, the tail of the M, very definite, very long. I thought there was only one person who had ever called him Max. As I stood there in the hall, undecided about my tea, wondering what to do, the thought suddenly came to me that perhaps Mrs. Danvers was dishonest. That all this time she was engaged in some business behind Maxim's back. And coming back early, as I had today, I had discovered her in this man, an accomplice, who had then bluffed his way out by pretending to be familiar with the house and with Maxim. I wondered what they had been doing in the West Wing, why they had closed the shutters when they saw me on the lawn. I was filled with vague disquiet. Frith and Robert had been away. The maids were generally in their bedrooms, changing during the afternoon. Mrs. Danvers would have the run of the place. Supposing this man was a thief, and Mrs. Danvers was in his pay. There were valuable things in the West Wing. I had a sudden rather terrifying impulse to creep upstairs now to the West Wing and go into those rooms and see for myself. Robert was not yet back. I would just have time before tea. I hesitated, glancing at the gallery. The house seemed very still and quiet. The servants were all in their own quarters beyond the kitchen. Jasper lapped noisily at his drinking bowl below the stairs, the sound echoing in the great stone hall. I began to walk upstairs. My heart was beating in a queer, excited way.